Uh, yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to PM in the PM.
Welcome to PM in the PM.
Oh God, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
just tested if you're awake.
I was getting everything set up. I guess some background information since y'all had to listen to some mute as we got into the intro of the show. Guys, I got a new setup going on. Well, really a new setup, but I got some new monitors, so I got everything set up for that. I did a lot of wire routing over this week, so I guess for some reason OBS reset my hardware for whatever reason. So I don't know whatever's going on with that, but everything seems to be working well now. So that's nice.
You're recording?
How are y'all doing? Yes, we are recording, so they were able to see that live. We aren't missing that, so that's a good thing. How are y'all feeling this morning? Let's start off with that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how y'all feeling today? Hey, chat, can you let us know if you can hear us now, please? And now roll into the intro. For those on the audio side, thank you for listening to episode 46 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show podcast, whatever that you want to classify us as. Give us a few moments here. I'll roll into the full intro. Once I find out whether the chat can hear us, please let us know in chat whether you can hear us. Shout out to OCD, Matt Barnes, Fat Boy, Hara, HTK360, Smitty Smith. Nice. Smitty said he can hear us. Hopefully we're coming in crispy. I'm going to now start the video side of it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to episode 46 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. Again, like I was stating earlier, did some new things with the setup, got some new monitors and whatnot. Wanted to kind of downsize from the 42, 47 inch that I had down to a 32 inch and a 24 inch monitor. So I'm now dual screening. And I also got my webcam flipped upside down. I was arguing with Pong in the background. Wasn't really arguing, but he didn't want to see me upside down. You're muted on my side, on your side, Pong.
Yeah, I know. I'm just laughing.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't any more technical issues.
Nobody needs to hear my cackling. Okay, all right, let's go.
But I had my webcam flipped upside down, but now everything's good. So everything is looking great. So amazing. Start off with, again, yes, welcome to episode 46. We are sponsored and hosted by Midweek Mix Up Collective. Shout out to the gentleman over there, and mainly Wandering Dutch for welcoming more people in. I believe our most recent addition is Big Cloud Gaming. Shout out to him, brother. Amazing gentleman. Definitely more so on the Sony front of things, but he's an excellent gentleman as far as keeping everything fair, keeping everything in between. At the end of the day, he understands what it means to just be a gamer, talk about games, talk about the industry. So definitely check him out if you guys get a chance to. The other thing too is today, I wanted to get some Elden Ring gameplay for y'all in the background, but unfortunately, I didn't record the gameplay that I had with my brother. That was going to be the main crux of it. I had about 3 to 4 hours that I ended up rocking together with him. Since a lot of people were actually experiencing issues with the co-op, I wanted to get that, but unfortunately I don't. And instead I do have some, and Pong's gonna like this, some Anvil gameplay for you guys in the background today. Again, Anvil is another one of those. If you're into Diablo style games, if you're into roguelike games, Anvil is definitely one of those. You got different characters that you can choose from. You got different worlds that you go to, and the whole objective is to get through it the best you can. Now, you do get upgrades as you go, just kind of like you would in Hades or anything else like that, but they don't carry over. The one thing that you do end up getting are these points, like skill points or whatever, that you do end up unlocking. Now, you don't get it every run. Sometimes you get it every other run or every few runs, depending on how far you're leveled up. This is on a higher level. That I believe this is on a third. We're between the second and third world on this, so just to kind of give you guys some perspective on that. But it is an amazing game, especially for that isometric kind of gameplay. It's amazing, top down, cool abilities, cool characters. The story building's all right. I mean, it's kind of your typical thing where we're on a hostile planet coming to take over. We were getting killed, and we found out a way to be able to respawn ourselves so that we can fight off these aliens. So. But with that being said, now, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain, for those who don't know or may be new here. Again, welcome to Living Splitscreen. We are a non-console-centric platform where we cover everything that's going on in the industry. And as I say, take that RTS view, that real-time strategy view, pulling ourselves out of the world and looking at those deeper and darker crevices that a lot of people may not look into. So we tend to come from different angles. We also do some things differently here, like our This Day in Gaming segment and our upcoming games, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Six Slayer, what's going on? Dan the Man Cunningham, what's going on? Nix, what's going on? Shouting out some few people real quick. Black Card, Victor Click, Matt Barnes, Ham Solo. He said he's driving for 6 hours and he's ready to listen. Shout out to you, man. Check out Ham Solo Gaming also. He had an awesome interview that he did with Pong. Definitely check that out if you want to learn a little bit more about Pong. Always find out that Pong's backstory is always an amazing thing. He always comes from a different angle every time, so that's always an awesome thing to see. But now I have to pass it off to one of the most uncanny gentlemen that you will ever mind. And speaking of uncanny, they're bringing back the 90s X-Men, so I'm so excited for that. My brother from another, the one and only Pong Soul. What's going on, my guy?
Good morning, gamers. What's going on? Welcome to Living Splitscreen. We are back. It is Saturday morning, and you know, Steel and I have got a lot to talk about. What a great,
100%.
Well, I shouldn't say a great week. It was a busy week. We were just talking, man. Like, it was crazy. Like Steel and I were kind of, you know how we do. Steel and I, we don't have it all planned out how we're going to do the Saturday morning thing. So, but we were talking in the background, and I'm like, oh, Steel, we could talk about the, Call of Duty not being annual anymore. And he's like, man, we already do. That was like a couple. I'm like, no, that was Tuesday. That was Tuesday. That's the kind of week it's been, because it was crazy to think about that. So yeah, been a crazy week. Obviously, Elden Ring has taken the world by storm.
It's exciting, man.
And I jumped in. For anybody who follows me on Twitter, I jumped in. I've been saying this was going to be my final Souls game. I was wavering if I was going to do it day one or not. And I said screw it. And I did it. And obviously, so we've been rocking on that. Obviously, been rocking on some Cyberpunk as well this week, continuing that journey. And then we did some Dying Light 2 last weekend again. So, but it is definitely Elden Ring season here on Living Splitscreen, and pretty much everywhere that I see on Twitter, everybody's jumping into this game. So that's what I've been doing this week, Steel. Otherwise, you know what? Just, even on the slow news weeks, like I said, even on what we consider slow news weeks now, there's a lot of stuff that comes out, a lot of little tidbits. There's so much movement right now in this industry. 100%. It's so much fun, man. It's so much fun. But I'm glad everybody in chat, thank you for all joining us this morning. Love to see all the familiar faces here. Please share this out. Hit that like button. It does help us. Again, we are on mission 1K. Steel 100%. Thinks we can do 2.
I think
doesn't matter. Does not matter where we get, but we're just building this community over here on Living Splitscreen. And again, Steel and I only do one show a week. That's not the proper way you're supposed to build a YouTube channel, right? I know all this. Everybody will tell you got to do more. Well, Steel and I just don't have an opportunity to do more right now. So other than what we got going on. So, here we are, one day a week. So share us out. Get some more people in here, because this is what we love to do, and we want to we want to reach those 2-3 billion people, like Steel says, just Phil and his team, right? So get that out there. But we love you all. Thank you for being here and joining us. We got a lot to get into. So Steel, where are we going? We're going to just jump right into games this week.
Yeah, we're going to jump into this, to the upcoming game segment. I do believe we talked a little bit last night. After our upcoming game segment, you could definitely tell the people what you've learned from the community this week. I feel like that's going to be an integral part, because we it was a little bit of smoke I started with last night. And you were like, I got a few things to say about that. So I definitely want to hear that, so we can talk about that a little bit, because again, we don't just give you news here, man. And it's not just about, this happened this week, so we're going to talk about this exact thing. No, the reason, a lot of the time, the biggest reason our shows end up being 3+ hours is because for lack of a better term, because of the show being organic. We don't plan it behind the scene. We're literally off the cuff, and I think one of the most amazing things is like me and Pong kind of playing catch up throughout the week. And what I like about this, what he's done with what he's learned through the community, even though we've also called it the get some help segment or whatever that case might be, is that it does give us kind of a chance to bounce off each other what we have seen throughout the different communities and just kind of talk through what's kind of happened throughout the week and just kind of give you guys a little bit something different than you would normally get anywhere else. I know a lot of other people kind of rush past like, oh, let's just talk about this real quick. No, I mean, we genuinely like talking about this stuff. We also like just chopping it up with each other because we don't get that much time to do it most of the time. So, yeah, hopefully you guys love that. Definitely hit that like button, share us out. It helps us out a lot. But let's get into these upcoming games, man. Let's do that.
Let's do this. So, of course, we start on the last day of this month, February the 28th, which has nothing releasing. So we are right into March this week. Bro, we are just this year.
Steamrolling. It's steamrolling, bro. Like,
I'm telling you, like I get used to it because as you get older, right, and your kids grow up, the years fly by, time flies by faster. And I think most people agree on that. Yeah. So I've gotten used to it, but it continues to speed up every year. Every time I get older, man, it flies by each and every time. Time just does not slow down. So exactly. March 1st, let's see, that is Tuesday. And we've got a game, a sequel that is near and dear to me, even though I have not finished the first one yet. Shocking, I know. Pong hasn't finished a game. That's the way I roll, but I still love games and I still love the experiences I have, and I want to get back to the first one. But Elex 2 is coming out March the 1st. If you are a AA RPG open world lover like I am, right, check out Elex. Or check out Elex 2. Some people can hop into sequels and it doesn't matter where you start. You can. Again, it is a direct sequel, but Elex isn't so so crazy that you need to play the first one to jump into the second one. You can definitely jump in and get the gist of the story, right? So definitely think about this. Again, we've got a million games out there, but if you're one of those people like me that grazes no matter what, hey, Elex 2 might be up your alley. This is by Piranha Bytes. Again, a great little AA developer who does really cool things in their games. They can be janky. They can have the bugs that a AA does, especially in open world RPG settings. However, there's a lot of greatness to find in there. And Elex 1 was definitely a sleeper that a lot of people, once they picked it up, said, you know what? Besides all the, glitches and stuff and weird things that happen, this is a great game. It's a fun game. And so Elex 2 definitely is up your alley, published by THQ Nordic, of course, part of the Embracer Empire, right?
It was the same team that made THQ Nordic made Biomutant too, right?
Yeah, correct. They publish Biomutant.
Publish it.
Yeah, publish it. Yep, correct. Yep, and that's what THQ is doing here. So Piranha Bytes is the developer. But yeah, it's coming out on everything. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, Elex 2. Really, really cool kind of combo platter. You can... I won't go on a rant here, but anyways, Elex, there's a lot of different combinations you can do. The classes are very distinct that you can build. So it's got sci-fi, it's got magic, it's got a little bit of everything. So very cool game. Check out Elex 2 for sure. Then we've got Far Changing Tides, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. This is an indie game that we've seen in some of the ID at Xbox showcases. And this actually, I played the demo during the ID at Xbox demo week, which they release, whatever it is, like 40 plus demos. I played this one. Awesome. The art direction in this, again, very unique. That's why I love indie titles. Like, you think you've seen it all, but somebody comes in. Yeah, they come in with a little twist, right? Yeah. So yeah, you're basically on this ship and you're moving through, you're floating because you're on a ship. Right. So you're floating through the levels. but there is a lot of engagement here. Really cool game. And I believe this one is coming to Game Pass, maybe as well, maybe not. No, this one is not. But it is developed by Okamotive and published by Frontier Foundry. So check out Far Changing Tides if you're looking for something different.
Real quick
definitely.
before you move forward, Pong, just because I saw something interesting being said. Who said it? OCD Gamer said, I saw that Microsoft may be making the next From Software game an Xbox exclusive. Anyone else see this floating around? No, I haven't seen anything about that. I do know, well, there was a rumor that they are already currently either planning out or working on the next Armored Core game that's supposedly coming back. That could be something they're possibly working on next. Now, unless Xbox gets in there and really drops a bag to them, I don't know if they're gonna flop that. They're gonna fly that way, especially if some of the rumors are true, as far as them not wanting certain deals to be done if you still want to get a game in a certain place. So, again, we don't know how true those things are, but again, well, I mean, who knows? Anything's possible nowadays, right? What you think, Paul?
That's an old rumor that started last year, at the end of last year. There is, look, you could say every rumor has potential. Okay. So again, smoke is smoke, but this one I would say is very wispy as far as the smoke goes. Plenty of people said that I think Special Nick has addressed this one. I think Jez has addressed this one. Between the two of them, they've both said, I think Grub may even have addressed this one because somebody brought it up to him when it first started. None of them have heard anything close to that. Yeah. Again, like Steel said, it would take a big bag to get From Software to do an Xbox exclusive. And right now, the way that we've seen things going, Phil and his team haven't been about that. They really.
I think it's deeper than that too, just because, again, if the rumors are true and Microsoft had the marketing rights to Elden Ring and they dropped the marketing rights for whatever reason in the background, because we don't know for sure, but it's assumed that Sony knocked on their door and said, hey, if you do this, these releases you're not going to keep releasing games over here with us. Again, we don't know how true that is or whatever the case, or even if that is the case, but it is very fishy that you would have the marketing rights for a game and then drop the marketing rights for whatever reason. And it kind of shoots Microsoft in the foot at this point, because look how great that game is doing at this point. That's very ironic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but I guess we'll see. I think we'll see. With
all their other marketing rights deals that they've had that haven't turned out very good. That's kind of now almost a running joke at this point.
Exactly.
That Microsoft gets a big marketing rights to something and that game comes out and it's been less than stellar, and here they have one that's actually, to some people, generational type game, obviously with the scores, and they somehow the marketing rights became vaporware. we don't know what happened. Okay. We don't know what happened. But to finish up, what I was finishing up on my statement was Phil and his team have not been inclined to drop the bag off for the Eastern developers, because that bag over there, according to everything we hear, has to be much larger because it's Xbox and it's the East, and a lot of those developers just aren't into that. Yet. They're like, we're getting there. It's getting better, but the stigma against Microsoft and Xbox is still there. So it costs a lot more money for exclusivity to an Eastern developer for Xbox than it does for a Sony or a Nintendo. So I think that's why they've been hesitant, because I don't know if they Phil wants to start that trend, like, oh, hey, we'll just overpay everybody in the East to bring games here, right? Even though I would do it, I don't know if Phil's about that, right? Yeah. So I don't know.
To kind of tie it back into Far Changing Tides, I saw some people saying in the chat that Doom Reaper was saying, I think that Far game is going into Game Pass. So
I'm going to double check that one too. So
definitely could be something that's interesting for sure, just to tie it back in again. Again, we got all these games. It seems like Sea of Thieves is another one of those generational affecting games, because there's quite a few other games that want to come out and be similar to it. I mean, I believe Skull and Bones was another one that they had a similar idea, and they've done some changing over the last couple of years of how they actually want to take the direction of that game. I think originally it was supposed to be like a Black Flag-ish kind of game. If you guys remember that, Assassin's Creed, where you kind of go through the ocean, fight different ships, and you commandeer them, and so on and so forth. It's going to do something similar to that, but I don't know what it's kind of like now. I never had interest in those things, but while Pong's checking on that.
No, I definitely. You know what's weird is this week, Xbox Wire did not do an upcoming week thing.
Yeah, there was Pong. Hold on, let me go back. Let me go back to the main show before we continue the upcoming segment.
Yeah.
Have we even heard what's supposed to be coming into Game Pass? That was a surprise.
No,
because that's still
nothing showed up.
That was said, and I still have not seen anything about it.
Yeah,
so
correct.
For you to say that there's nothing in the Xbox Wire article for Game Pass.
Well, because they do they normally they do a next week on Xbox on Xbox Wire, and they didn't do one this week. Like there's not. I'm underneath their Twitter feed right now. There's not a coming to next week on Xbox thing right now. There's not one. They didn't post one this week at all, which is strange.
That's really weird.
Yeah, no, there's nothing there. I'm underneath their Twitter page, and there's nothing. Normally, they always do that.
There's something going on, man. Like
there's
something going on in the background.
Maybe
too much smoke.
Maybe,
but
maybe.
Like Boogeyman said, maybe. No, was it Boogeyman? Yeah, he said it's more of a fart than real smoke or fog. That's what
that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. So, hey, who knows? You never know what's going to happen. Yeah. Especially now, there's a lot of money being thrown around. So maybe they do come up with something. But that'd be a tough one. Yeah. I'd love to see it, but I'd love to see them go back to Ninja Blade, actually, but that's all right. That's neither here nor there. All right. So back to this upcoming week in gaming. We've got Puzzle Quest 3. I love Puzzle Quest. Puzzle Quest was a unique game that came out. I played it on PSP. I played it on PlayStation. I played this thing everywhere. Puzzle Quest 3 is coming to PC, iOS, and Android, so none of the consoles, which sucks. But Puzzle Quest 3, March 1st. Shadow Warrior 3.
And some of y'all were excited for this one, yeah, for sure.
This was going to be day one for me, but because of Elden Ring, this now gets bumped. Shadow Warrior 3, I love Shadow Warriors. A lot of people are looking forward to Shadow Warrior 3, even people who have not played Shadow Warrior 1 and 2, because Shadow Warrior 3, even more than the first two, is giving you that Doom feeling, and they have stepped up their game. This is by Flying Wild Hog, right? So we know about Flying Wild Hog, and published by Devolver Digital. Devolver, again, does not miss.
Devolver's doing their thing.
They do not miss
God damn.
at all as a publisher, right? They are really good at what they do. So Shadow Warrior 3 is that Doom style. It's a story of Lo Wang.
Lil Wang?
Lo Wang. Yeah, it's Lo Wang.
You notice that?
Oh yeah, man. Like I put 80 hours into Shadow Warrior 2. I beat Shadow Warrior 2. And again, I don't beat a lot of games. So the game got me when I'm putting 80 hours in to beat it. But this one, they up it. They up the ante. Go watch the videos. It is Doom-esque. It looks so much fun. I love Shadow Warrior 3. It's got humor. Now, I don't know if they're going to continue with that low ball, like high school, grade school type humor, because there's a lot of it in 1 and 2, right? It's hilarious. It had me laughing out loud because I'm a kid inside, okay? I still laugh at stupid jokes, but there's a lot of it. And Shadow Warrior 3 leaned into that, or Shadow Warrior 1 and 2 leaned into that heavily. I don't know what they're doing with Shadow Warrior 3, but look, the mechanics, it is a fast-paced run and gun slash with magic, some magic stuff to it. It is a fun game. I absolutely love the Shadow Warrior. So go check out Shadow Warrior 3. Again, it got bumped for me. This was going to be day one. I'm bumping it because of my budget out of that spot, because I've got 2 other games coming up in March that I'm also already locked in. Tiny Tina's Wonderland and Crusader Kings 3. I know it's coming to Game Pass, but I may buy the deluxe edition to support the dev Paradox for bringing that over to console. Because again, I want more strategy games, so I may actually just buy that one. I've got that wrapped up in my budget right now. So,
yeah.
but
Tiny
Shadow
Teen
Warrior
is one of those that you're definitely got me interested in. So I mean, I'm gonna run it with you. So.
That's day one, man. That's day one. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
That's typically my thing, but I know they're not bad games. I know they're not bad games.
Yeah, it's gonna be so much fun, man. Looter shoot. Oh god, it's good. Anyways, that's the end of the month. But Shadow Warrior 3 comes out March the 1st as well. So please go check that out. Babylon's Fall. This is Platinum Games' latest one. Console exclusive to PlayStation right now. So it's coming out on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC. If you do have a PlayStation, the demo is out right now. This one I am interested in, and I'm hoping it's coming to Xbox. I hope this is a timed exclusive. Look, Platinum Games, we talked about them a lot recently because of all their comments about a lot of different things. But anyways, Platinum Games, they can come through with really high quality games. The more I see of Babylon's Fall, the more I'm liking it. Okay. Now people have been mixing this up with the Final Fantasy origin story that's coming out to everything that's being done by Team Ninja.
Right.
Okay. That's not this. That game, that's like a PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 game from the demo I played. And that is so, I no disrespect, but man, come on, Team Ninja. Look.
But to be fair,
2022.
tying it back into Babylon's Fall, this one looked kind of rough during that initial demo also when they showed it.
But it's gotten better every showing, right?
Gotten better, but it did look rough.
Every showing, it did look rough. It looked like it was early stages Platinum, right? That's what happens with Platinum games. They early stages don't look so good, but then they show up, and all of a sudden they're really good, right? So I'm interested in this one. Again, I'm hoping it's just a timed exclusive. We don't know for sure. There's been no official word because there never is. We just know right now it's on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC. March 3rd, Babylon's Fall. Go check it out. Again, if you have a PlayStation, go download the demo and check it out. Yeah, it looks really good.
I'm probably gonna get it. It's just I have this weakness for it. Like again, I think me and you are probably the same on that. I know we're the same on that for that high fantasy. Over it's in the combat. I feel like the combat's gonna be there. It's Platinum Games, and I think that's what's gonna get me every time. Anytime that you introduce that combat with that high fantasy, I'm already like, okay, let me see, let me check this out. So
you got that right. March 4th. Gran Turismo 7 dropping on the PlayStation. Gran Turismo 7, everybody. So all you car fanatics out there, be looking forward to this. Hey, still a lot of people that love it. For the PlayStation fans who don't have Forza, it's Gran Turismo, man. So this is what you're going to get. Look, again, last showing, I loved what I was seeing. It looked much better. I still have a problem with certain aspects of Gran Turismo at this point in 2022. The sense of speed for me is not there like it is in Forza, which is a problem. When I'm doing 200 miles per hour, I want to feel like I'm doing 200 miles per hour, not 50. Okay, that's just me. But again, Gran Turismo 7 is going to be a big giant launch. Hopefully, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, not that we care about scores, but it's going to be interesting to see what this meta comes in because they've been on a downward trend. With Gran Turismo, and it looks like they're trying to reboot. They're offering more in this game. This actually looks like a complete game this time around versus the last couple releases, which felt like parts of a game. So we're going to see. Gran Turismo 7 is going to be interesting. I want to see sales. I want to see reviews because this is definitely Polyphony started this whole card craze, right? Again, Gran Turismo for back in the day was my game, right? I love Gran Turismo.
I remember those big ass disc cases that had like 4 discs in them, and I remember I was in love with that. I love the way those they looked and everything.
They were doing stuff that nobody else was doing, right? As far as the sim racing goes, they really brought it to another level. And now Forza has taken that ball and run with it, in my opinion. Again, there's still people out there who think Gran Turismo is better. That's cool. I'm just saying, for me, it's Forza. But I want to see Gran Turismo stick around because, again, competition is good. Competition, no matter where it comes from, is good.
100%.
So, I want to see it. So, Gran Turismo 7, March 4th. Then another one that I'm itching, but it's Nintendo, but Triangle Strategy. Look, Triangle Strategy, as dumb as the name is, which I say is dumb because it is dumb. Triangle Strategy is their internal code name, and they just kept it. Okay, literally. So Triangle Strategy, Final Fantasy Tactics style game, looks freaking amazing. I can't wait to see what people are going to say about this one as well. See if it lives up to the Final Fantasy Tactics legacy, because if it does, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna go get a Switch for it, but I'm close, because that triangle. I love those games, man. I love those games. So Triangle Strategy on Switch, March 4th. Yeah,
I won't do that here. Okay. I'm not gonna say. There'll be other ways for you to play it, but I'm not gonna go for that.
Yeah, I know.
Because I would still suggest. Look, guys, I'm not gonna sit here in front of you. You can emulate Switch games to you on PC or even on the Steam Deck, as we're coming to find out. But I am still going to recommend that you purchase the game before you do any of that. Again, people speak about how supporting the devs. Please, if you're going to play games through emulation, please buy the game at least.
Right, exactly.
Now, if you bought it back in the game, what you do with older games, I can care less about. If you're still playing Zelda from back in the day and you never bought Zelda from back in the day, hey man, you do your thing. I'm not. But as far as newer games go, because I do not want to lie to the people, there are ways for you to emulate current Switch games on PC. Please purchase the game first before you do that. Please.
Correct. And that's this week in gaming, Steel. That's it. But a lot of good ones in there, man. We've got a lot this week.
Paul, what is going on that we're in 2022, the year that was supposed to be dead? Yeah. And we're just coming in week after week. Again, bro, you got Horizon Forbidden West that has now gotten eaten by Elden Ring at this point, with all the hype, all the attention, all the scores. Now, then you got GT7 coming. You got Tiny Tina's Wonderlands coming. You got Babylon's Fall coming. You got games that are really hitters that are coming. And this is the first quarter.
Shadow Warrior 3, Triangle Strategy, Babylon's Fall, Gran Turismo 7 next week.
What
on top of good double A's like Elix 2 coming out. Like, Indies, Far Changing Tides. Yeah, man. And everybody's kind of, again, it's like overwhelming because there's so much to play already in 2022.
There's no games out.
There's no games out. I know. There's no games. No,
if it's not AAA banger, I'm not playing.
No, I know. No first party Xbox titles. I know they're light, but guess what? That's why we've got all these other companies creating content so that we have all God, I can't even speak this morning. So we have all this nonstop gaming, no matter what, at the end of the day, unless you are that person that only plays AAA home runs or only plays first party. Well, then, okay, I can hear your argument, but guess what? The majority of us play everything. Yeah. So therefore we are never without at this point in 2022. This has been crazy. And look, we started off the other thing to think about is this year, 2022 Steel just started off with what many are calling, and again, the score suggests it, a generational type game. Yeah. And we could be closing the year on another generational type game in Starfield 2022.
Yeah.
And then you got Horizon Forbidden West in there. You got potentially God of War. We might get Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 for all the Nintendo fans, which we know is going to be considered generational. So
Breath of the Wild was like, there's a reason why everybody uses that for comparison. And looks what it's done.
Anyway, that's fine. I'll respect it. Because I'm including it in this. So if you count Breath of the Wild 2, right, releasing this year as a generational, we could have 3 generational games in 2022
at least.
Bro, this could be one of the greatest years in gaming, and 2023, 2024 is looking even more stacked with potential. But this year we could have 3 generational games. That's crazy. And God of War, who knows? God of War Ragnarok might come out and blow everybody's pants off as well. So this is insanity, man. This is really, again, like you said, Steel, the golden age of gaming is here. There's been no better time in history to be a gamer, and I don't care what anybody says. That's why all this negativity out here, all this crazy pessimism, all this crazy just clown show circus time. Look, I don't understand you guys. I don't understand any of you in any way, shape, or form. I don't care where you're coming from. Because, man, right now, you should just be sitting in front of your TV playing games. Period. There's so much out there right now. Enjoy it. Enjoy this. God, man, this is so awesome. I love this.
Man, 100%. You know I agree with that, man. And even as me, because I'm forever somebody who speaks on the representation of standing for what you believe in, standing for what you like, standing for your opinions, right? I'll be the first one to tell you I'm not into all these games that we talk about. Triangle strategy, right. I can care less about. Right. These Atlus games that we're going to talk about, Soul Hackers finally, and Atlus really acknowledging the West, I can literally care less about. But for me, it's the bigger picture that's getting painted. You know, it's like watching a Michelangelo at work. Excuse me, can't talk today either. And, you know, really getting those brushstrokes in and creating this beautiful painting that the future has waiting for us, man. That's just looking at that potential. That's what I mean when I say taking the RTS view and looking at the darker crevices of the map, because without us doing that, it's so easy for me to be like, yeah, I don't care about it, and for us to have a dead conversation. But it's much more in depth, and there's so much more feeling and so much more passion to be had in the bigger scope of the picture. And what we actually care about is gaming and evolving it and growing it, and how can we get more people in front of it? How can the consumer enjoy it more? That gets me excited, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that makes me sit here and be like, damn, what is the potential? What can we do? It's the biggest reason why podcasting is such an amazing thing, for me at least, because we get these opportunities. Another amazing reason why meeting my brother from another Pong Soul was such an amazing thing, because without him, I don't know if this show would be not only the way that it is, but also have the depth that it does, because we're not just surface level. We're looking at everything, and that's an amazing thing, and I love it. But to tie that in, you want to learn. You were talking about some of the stuff that you've learned from the community and things like that. And what have you learned from the community this week, man? What's going on? What's been the deal? Is this a get some help segment today? What's going on?
Yeah. Look, this week we've had some doozies. I've been on a muting spree, just so everybody knows. So eventually my what I learned out of this community this week may go away, because I'm just going to run out of things that I see. But no, I definitely saw some things this week. Last night when we were in party chat after Xbox Ultimate Steel, you had brought this up, or somebody had brought this up. I don't know if it was you, but anyways, I had actually seen it. I learned this week, Steel, that Elden Ring is for the casuals. Elden Ring is not a real Souls game at all, even though all the veteran Souls players that I see on Twitter are telling me that this is a Souls game through and through. So, but I actually did see that Elden Ring is just for the casuals. Steel. Look, ain't no casual picking up Elden Ring. That's all I got to tell you right now. Okay, either that or they're going to, and it's going to be like me when I picked up my experiences like Bloodborne and those, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I just kind of threw away some money because we ain't doing this, right? After you get hit by that first golden armor horse boss up front, he's annoying. People gonna drop out. So I learned that, Steel. Let's see what else did I learn this week. Oh yes, this was a great one, Steel. This is Tinfoil Hat City.
Ooh, okay.
Look. The media bias, Steel, we hear that all the time, right? From all sides, right? For all last generation, it was, the Xbox, guys saying that there was media bias, which again, when you got a dominating platform like PlayStation, a lot of the people that are writing about video games are going to be PlayStation heavy, right? That's going to happen, right? And now we've seen it flip-flop all of a sudden out of the blue, right? And now it's Xbox bias, right? Because how are these Xbox games getting such high ratings, and why are PlayStation games not game of the year nonstop anymore? But this one was interesting, Steel. This one was really interesting. This took a lot of different red string to attach the lines here. So I'm not going to get into details, because I'll just give you the basics, because everybody will understand where we're going here. So the media bias towards Nintendo number one,
Okay.
meant that Horizon Zero Dawn got scored lower just so Nintendo could get Game of the Year.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. And that has continued this year.
Mm.
And that's why Forbidden West did not get the high 90 scores it deserved. And I put deserved in quotes because that's opinion. But I saw in the community that Horizon Forbidden West got scored lower to make sure that Elden Ring gets Game of the Year. So Horizon itself, the IP, is being bashed or unfairly scored by the media to make sure that Nintendo got its Game of the Year back when Zero Dawn launched, right? With Breath of the Wild. Right. So that was one. And then this year again, so that Elden Ring gets its Game of the Year. That's the only reason why Horizon has not won or will not be winning its second Game of the Year award as a masterpiece, because there was just games that the media loved a little bit more those years. So that's all there is to it. Still, that's all there is.
Interesting,
look, man. Yeah.
It almost.
I like that one. I like that one.
No, that was a really good one. Yeah, that the media would just say, yeah, Elden Ring is such a better game than Horizon Forbidden West, and how accessible Souls games are. Man.
Yeah. No, the media bias is real. And Horizon has deserved 2 Game of the Years at this point.
Hey,
so
the other thing that I've seen, speaking about Elden Ring, before we get into it, because that was another thing that I learned, just kind of jump on with that, is that apparently Elden Ring only got the scores that it did because people were paid to give it that score.
Oh, yes, of course. Every single one of those reviewers, somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think we're got to be approaching 100 reviews at this point, they were all paid by From Software.
Yeah. To give it such a high score, because they wanted to make sure.
Actually went around throwing out the bag.
Yeah, because they wanted to make sure that the game did well.
Right.
Even though this is probably the most hyped FromSoft game to exist to date.
Right.
Other than the announcement of like a Bloodborne 2 or something like that. That would probably take it to the next level. For a lot of people. Me personally, I haven't played through Bloodborne. I jumped into the beginning of it, and I didn't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed Dark Souls, but I probably just didn't give it an honest enough chance. Also, I'll just be honest with y'all, the PlayStation controller, I just don't enjoy using that controller. I swear, if the consoles had the option for me to hook up whatever controller I wanted via Bluetooth, they have Bluetooth capability, that would be so much of much more an amazing thing. I would probably, if I was able to use an Xbox controller, which you can, there are devices that let you do this, but whether you want to spend the money on that at the time or not is something completely different. I also try to give controllers that I haven't used in a while a fair shake, right? But if they give me the capability to use my Elite controller on the PlayStation 5, oh man, I'm gonna be in love. That's gonna be perfect, because I just can't use that fucking controller, man. That sticks being side by side and all the whole setup. But it is what it is. But jumping off of what you said for what you've learned from the community, that one, Horizon Forbidden West was downplayed so we can make sure the Elden Ring was successful. It's super amusing to me, just because Souls games are not for the casual audience. And I don't want anybody, that's one of the number one things as we roll into this whole Elden Ring discussion, that I do want to get out to people. Yeah. That do not bully yourself or get this FOMO to the point to where you think that this game is going to be something completely different than other games. Other Souls games, I should say. The only thing that makes it different, and is part of the reason why Pong enjoys it, is because it is open. You don't have to beat your head up against the wall on one particular group of enemies or one boss for you to progress forward. There are other options. Now, like I kind of stated last night on with Fun Speculation and Math, was that you could, in previous Souls games, you can definitely go back to previous areas and farm the enemies. But let's be honest, a lot of the time when you do, like, it was enough just to get past those enemies and past that area in the first place. So a lot of the time you do not want to go back. Like, damn, I don't want to fight them motherfuckers again. They were already fucking annoying as hell. It's just so you can level up, even if you're strong or whatever the case. Because the one thing about Souls games is that anything can happen. The AI, yes, the AI, it's not the smartest AI. They're not the greatest AI of all time. There's no nemesis system in place where they come back and magically start doing different things. But there are a lot of situations to where if you have not seen all the enemies' movements, they may do something different. They also don't do everything the same way every time. Yes, you may know their move sets and may know what their moves are, but they will not use those moves 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1. No, this does not work that way. The enemies can be very unpredictable. The enemies, like last night when I was playing Elden Ring, can also, if you're close enough to a ledge, push you off the map. That happened to me 3 times yesterday, to the point like it shit almost drove me up the wall. But it's a surprising thing to hear people say things like that instead of just saying, hey, Horizon was a great game. It just wasn't as great to people as maybe Breath of the Wild was at that time. Again, nobody's sitting here comparing games to Horizon, but they are comparing games to Breath of the Wild. Now, whether that comparison is an accurate comparison or there's other games that have done it similar to Breath of the Wild or not, it's a different conversation to have. But we have to be honest with ourselves and say that when a game comes along and does something different or becomes generational in the way that, I mean, again, we've seen games like Genshin Impact completely rip off of off of Zelda Breath of the Wild and kind of do it in its own way. The world, everything, the characters, it all looks very similar. And there's other games that have done the same thing. So there's a reason why that game that you might have loved so much didn't do as well. Also, we heard the story. The story on the first one isn't as strong, which I don't agree with. As somebody who started it, has played at least maybe a quarter of the way through the first game. I didn't see the weakness that people were saying that, oh, it doesn't start off strong. I didn't see that for myself. But again, to each their own. People are going to have their different opinions. But there's a reason for it. So now that Forbidden West has come out, yes, has the hype for Elden Ring kind of cannibalized Forbidden West for most? Probably. Because it is getting the hype that typically these Souls games don't get. And for it to have that 97, I don't know where it's settling right now, but the last time I checked was at a 97 for Metacritic. And again, like we say here all the time, meta who cares? But those reviews do matter to the casual audience. That is something that they do look at. There are companies, publishers, that also take those numbers into consideration. Again, look at Days Gone. You're not getting another game of that. If it would have did better, it might be a little bit different. But, I mean, and again, you can look at Horizon, but like, oh, the scores are similar, but it happens. Horizon Forbidden West is also a great looking game. It did everything that again, from what I've heard, because I haven't played the game myself, and I'm not going to sit here and talk about the game like I've played it. But I can't have
I'm going to score it. I'm going to score
You're going to score it. We're going to talk about that.
Yeah, from YouTube videos.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. But from everything that I've heard, it is just the second part of Horizon. They're not doing much different. There are better mechanics. The game does play better, although, again, it does have its own bugs and everything. But again, it's exactly what I would at least expect out of the second iteration of a game. So for Elden Ring to come out, and I guess you could say the same thing about these Souls games. Oh, they're no different from each other. I feel you, but at the same time, this is different because this is from Sauce 4 stepping into something they didn't have to do. I give FromSoft credit, kind of like we were talking about last night, that they have not changed their formula. The only thing they did this time was make an open world and give you a horse.
Which is a big thing, actually.
And honestly, again, yeah, and it's not to be understated like, oh, it's some small. No, this is a big thing because it does make the game very different. Like just talking about the Tree Sentinel, because I believe that's his name, the gold dude who rides on that golden horse. I was fighting him without the horse now getting into the Elden Ring kind of topic, I was fighting him without the horse for quite a while. I died to him 6 to 7 times before I said, all right, let me try something different. Just because me personally, I like the challenging games. I also like to challenge myself to say, all right, well, let me see if I can approach it this way. Is it going to work this way? And honestly, I felt like it could. I got him down past half health, 3 of the 7 times that I died, just fighting him on foot. So I definitely could have fought him that way. Though, I said, you know what? Screw it. Let me try something different. He's on a fucking horse, so I'm going to get on my fucking horse. And guess what? Within the first 3 tries of me being on my horse, I beat him that 3rd try. And the 2 tries that I was on the horse, I got him down to barely no health. So it gives you that variance where before I would have just been beating my head on the wall saying, damn, well, this motherfucker's just cheating. This is a cheating ass boss because he has this move where he slams the ground and you dodge one way and it somehow still hits you. Even though hey man, I'm timing it. Again, I've died several times to this man. I've timed it several different ways and he was still catching me with it. To where now I pull out the horse and again, you fight a mono to a mono and it completely changes the plane from now. Yes, could have been a fight that I could have came back later to and said, all right, I'm gonna fight him now. Sure. But that the fact that they was an option, he's one of the first guys that you see, first little world bosses that are there as soon as you get out of the intro of the game. And you don't have to fight him. Those games weren't like that before. Yes, there are his secret bosses or whatever, or little other bosses. Well, I say little because the bosses aren't never little, but big bosses that you can run into that you can skip over. That you'll find out after you beat the game. Oh, damn, there's these other bosses, or you'll look at YouTube videos and say, oh, there's other bosses that I haven't fought, and then you'll kind of be like, oh, let me go fight them now. But you'll have to replay through the game to get there. Whereas this time around, everything is just accessible to you up front. You can literally do everything before you go do any main mission. Again, me and my brother, we got in there. Yeah, again, like Slackrow was saying, the summon spell definitely helps more so this time. There's more abilities and everything. Again, being earlier on in the game, I'm not sure how they have the magic ability set up. It does seem like in the open world, you can't constantly summon shit. I think it's a way for them to not cheese the game too much. Again, that can be debatable. I don't know. I definitely feel your angle from it, Pong. If you're going to make it accessible, let me do it. Just let me do it. But again, I also understand that I don't know I won't know what their initial vision was until I beat the game. To say, okay, this is what they were trying to intend. Until I get further into the game, I'm probably about 8-10 hours in at this point, maybe. And I spend 4 to 5 of those hours with my brother exploring and getting lost, to the point to where I forgot that there was even a map in this game. That's another thing that makes this so different from other games. There's a map, and the map tells you where to go if you want to progress the story. There's lights that show you on the map that say, hey, this is your next, this is where you need to go, this direction. FromSoft doesn't do that, typically, ever. No, it's you get in here, you figure the shit out, and if you need to get back to these enemies, you better remember the route that you took so you don't have to fight these motherfuckers again in case you die so you can go get your souls. Because that's the other thing that FromSoft always does, is because when you die, the main crux is you dropping your souls. In this game, they're called runes. If you drop those and you die again, you lose that. So if I got 20,000 souls, 20,000 runes, whatever the case may be, and I die and I don't go back to get them because I died to an enemy before me getting them, guess what? I'm out of 20,000, and that could be a few levels for yourself. And that's what makes these games challenging. But this game, what I have at least enjoyed about it so much, because I'll be honest, as much as I love Souls games, there's so many other games that come out, like Sekiro, for being a biggest example. I really want to play Sekiro because everybody says it's an amazing game. It's one of the best ones, top tier for FromSoft. I haven't played it because I've played other games, and I have it downloaded. I just haven't been able to jump into it and really start it and whatever the case, because I'm playing other games. Multiplayer games are always going to take more precedent over anything else. Dark Souls games always take advantage of that fact because of co-op play. Me and my brother forever will always, like 1, 2, and 3 Dark Souls, we co-opt. Yes, we would play out by ourselves whenever we weren't around, but when we were around, we would jump in and be like, hey man, drop your summon sign down. We're going to jump in. We're going to kill these enemies together. We're going to go through this. And that's what makes those experiences so great. So it kind of jumps up that priority list for me. But like I was going to say, to be honest, I've kind of fell off of the Souls genre just because of there being other games to play. Again, when I'm playing first-person shooters or other high fantasy games, or I'm playing MMOs, like Black Desert, I spent almost a year of my life, a year and a half of my life, only playing that game. That's all I played. I didn't play nothing else. I have over 1,000 hours in Black Desert. Plus. You know what I'm saying? So you get lost in other titles. So for me, yes, I've played 1, 2, and 3, have beaten all 3 games to full succession. 3, again, because I do have this bad habit of once I beat a game, I'm not going to play through it again. That's where it kind of breaks it up for me in Souls games, because 3 was the first real story-based game, I should say, that I've actually played 3-4 times through. And it's because of the experience. You don't get the same thing every time. Yes, the bosses, but there's this ecstasy about it when you beat the game for the first time. Now you go through the game the second time, you're a little stronger. You got your weapons that you like. You have a better understanding of how the game mechanics work and how to level things up, because you do get stronger weapons in your next playthrough and everything. Everything, again, moves up. But because you have this deeper understanding, when you beat a boss in your first 3 tries instead of 15, there's an adrenaline that pops in right there. Boom. Now you're like, oh man, let's steamroll this. Not only that, when you also throw in, which it hasn't happened to me yet, and it could be because of some of the connection issues that have been going on. Again, me and my brother haven't ran into that for whatever reason. My brother was telling me, hey man, maybe because we flew to New Zealand, we got on there first, they gave us a pass. Because I haven't had any of the connection issues. I can play with somebody right now if I wanted to. Whereas like Pong has said, oh, well, no, you can't connect to the server right now. And the other thing could be, there's just too many goddamn people trying to play Elden Ring right now. That could be the other thing too. Could be very unexpected that there's so many people trying to hop onto the servers, but neither here or there. Elden Ring has done so many things different that have not only made me super enticed, it's brought back that feeling, oh, let me get through one more level. Let me get through one more area. Oh, because there are so many there. And the other thing too, that's different from previous games, like other things I mentioned, were also, there's more bonfires. I mean, I know they're not called bonfires now. And again, until I get halfway through the game,
Grace.
Places of grace.
Yep.
Until I get through halfway through the game, I'm not going to be able to keep up with these terms. I'm going to call them what I know them as. Because, I can't help it, because the game plays exactly like Dark Souls plays, especially 3. Yeah, Doom Reaper says Steel in Dark Souls 2, the new game plus actually adds more enemies and moves things around. Yeah, exactly. They do those things. Dark Souls 2 is unfortunate. I never played. I didn't play to Succession because my save file got deleted. I had about 40 hours into the game and my save file got corrupted. I never went back afterwards. That is an immediate turn off. I would not play the game. I did not play the game after that. Because that's funny, because me and my brother were talking about it. I was like, damn, I don't remember these certain things from Dark Souls 2. He was like, yeah, remember you didn't end up playing it through because you had almost gotten to the end and then your save file got corrupted. I was like, okay, then yeah, that's why I don't fucking remember. It pissed me off that much. It's completely out of my memory now. But Elden Ring has done so many more things different that is an extreme advantage. And I would recommend somebody who is interested, like Pong was saying, I like that dark high fantasy. I like, what they bring, but I don't like beating my head up against the wall, just trying to progress past one boss. It's open. Now that it's open, now that I have more accessibility, now that magic is more potent than it's been before, Again, earlier on in the game, it's not really going to be, because it definitely becomes more effective as you play through and beat other bosses and things. But the fact that all these factors are in there and everything is more accessible, it does make it better for the newer player of the genre. The other thing that I'll also say is, because I see this all the time, and it's always been a thing. You get players that are good at the game and then treat other players who may be newer to the game like they're trash, or they say, hey, well, you just need to get good. And I'm going to say shout out to the Ash and Luca, because she's one of the first ones. She said it on Crossfire last night, that people need to stop bashing other people for not either one, being good at a game, or two, having trouble getting into the game. When somebody asks for help, that's not your opportunity to just be like, oh, get good. Oh, you're trash. Oh, you don't understand it, or don't play it. No, there's a reason this person's asking questions. Sure, could you say, hey, man, there's this YouTube video, point them in direction? That would be the better thing to do if you don't want to answer their question directly, which I have done plenty of times. I won't just say, no, fuck that. No, you're an idiot. No, pass them a YouTube video and say, hey, man, look at this, check this out, see if this helps you out. If it doesn't, then you'll know whether this game is for you or not. But we got to stop attacking people and bashing people over just not being good at games. Now, on the back end of this discussion, because it has this whole Elden Ring thing, we've seen it in some of the discussions on the back end within like our midweek mix-up collective chats and things like that, where and just overall in the communities, different communities, because it's not just Twitter. Again, I'm not just coming from the Twitter space. There's Facebook, there's Twitter, there's YouTube, there's Reddit, where accessibility is again coming in question again. Oh, Elden Ring should have an easy mode. Okay, which is another conversation that I do want to have afterwards after I get Pong's opinions and everything. But you can't say that Elden Ring needs an easy mode or needs to make it easier for maybe handicapped players, and then those same players are just running into the boss. I don't know what games you've played, but even back in the day, you couldn't just run at the boss. I'm not playing Crash Bandicoot and just trying to run at the boss and just spin him to death. That shit does not work. You had to learn the patterns. You had to know how to have an understanding of the game. But you can't ask for an easier setting if you're one of those people who doesn't have patience, who doesn't want to learn the patterns. You just want to bull rush the boss and expect to get off 30 hits before the boss hits you one time. That's not the way these Souls games work. This Souls game do not give a hell about your time. Well, one, your time. Two, your patience. Three, how skilled or not skilled you are. Because honestly, you can't sit back from any enemy and watch them try to swing at you. The bosses do the same thing. You don't have to attack. You can sit there and just pay attention to watch, but I'll be right there with you. Hey, man, I'm susceptible to that too. I'm not patient all the time. I'll get in there, try to take advantage, and get as many hits as I can sometimes. But guess what? If I get punished, I'm looking at myself, not the game. Now, it's a whole different conversation. I do want to talk about that on the back end, but that's a little bit about how I'm feeling about Elden Ring, where I kind of put it as far as other Souls games. I do feel like this is the best Souls experience to date that I have at least felt. And again, I hadn't played Sekiro, I have played Neo, but as far as Souls go, Dark Souls, and then coming into Elden Ring, because again, this game plays very similar to Dark Souls 3. It just has a dedicated jump button. I definitely would have to put it up there. It's already better than Dark Souls 3 for me. Already. So I definitely see myself at least playing this game a few times over. Especially when I get my brother in the co-op and everything, we get to play more and whatever the case, as I get play with Pong or play with whoever else that wants to jump in, because Elden Ring is one of those games. Being able to help people, there's a high with that too. There's an adrenaline with that too. When you help somebody beat that boss that they were having trouble with, it's like, damn, man, you hear their excitement, like, fuck yeah, beat that motherfucker. Like, yes, Souls brings that out of you, but there's no better feeling than that. So I easily put it up already above Dark Souls 3 for me. It's definitely, I'm not going to give it any rating because again, I haven't played through the main game completely. But if I was going to say, hey, if I was doing this and I was doing it in review, kind of grading or whatever the case may be, or rating, I would definitely give it a 9 thus far. So with that being said, Pong, how do you feel about Elden Ring? I know you have said, just to give people some history, this was going to be your last foray into the Souls genre. You're typically not that guy. You played the other Souls games, you played Bloodborne, and you're just like, it's not for me. This one, like you were last night, you seem like you're a little bit more into it. You're farming. You're actually a higher level than I am right now because of the farming and everything, which is dope. Because hopefully that makes it a little bit easier for you as you get to that first boss. Because there's going to be other things that you're going to run into before you get there. But how do you feel about this? And then we'll roll into this whole accessibility and everything else afterwards. But how do you feel about Elden Ring and kind of going from there?
Yeah, so my history, for anybody who hasn't heard me, I'm sure most of you have here, but again, I played Demon Souls on PS3. That was my first. I played the original first one, and played it. I don't know. I can't even remember back then. I probably played it for maybe 10 hours, 15 hours, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood, if I'm remembering correctly, and hopped out. I got sick and tired of being frustrated. Again, I play games. There are games that with challenge, like grand strategies, like RTSs that I'll put the time in to learn. But then there's other games that I walk into, like RPGs, that I don't necessarily want that frustration level of getting, 2-shotted, 3-shotted, and then having to scramble my way back there to gather back what I lost.
Right.
Like you have to do in Souls, right? For me, that pattern gets old and stale real quick. And there's so many other games that I want to hop into and play that I don't like that. And again, it's just a me thing. And I'm okay with it.
Right.
As I've stated, I played Demon Souls PS3, Demon Souls 1, Demon Souls 2, and Bloodborne. Those are the games that I've tried. And I've tried other, not from software Souls like games as well, like Mortal Shell and that kind of stuff. I've tried those games because they do hold interest for me from the standpoint, again, when we're talking directly about From Software, everything about a From Software Souls game speaks to my heart. I absolutely love the aesthetic. I love the dark high fantasy. I like other fantasy as well, but I like the dark high fantasy. I love their character design. I love their creature design. I love everything that goes into these games. I enjoy watching people play these games on YouTube. I watched Jez, who just became a recent Souls lover, go through and play Souls games, right? I love watching them. That's how much I really like these games, and I've wanted to get into them. Again, the get good thing for me, these games just, for whatever reason, they annoy the hell out of me. And I just give up and I'm like, no, I'm not getting good. I don't care. Like, I can't get it. It doesn't click. So like Steel said, and I've said plenty of times, that I made this decision long ago when they said that this was going to be open world.
Right.
I said, okay, this will be my final attempt at a Souls game. And so I've jumped into this. Like I said, I kind of was wavering whether I was going to do it day one. And then I finally made the decision. Of course, the hype, again, scores, Metascore, they don't mean anything to me. For the most part. What I will say is that scores do have meaning when universally a game is loved or universally a game is hated. Now, we've seen that in, like, let's take movies, for instance, like Rotten Tomatoes, okay? We've seen where that isn't necessarily true either, where the consumer or the movie watcher will say, no, why are you guys, like, Rotten Tomatoes gonna have a score like 40%, but the actual people say it's like a 90, right? We've seen that before.
Uncharted is the best recent example of that.
Right, exactly. So it's not always like that. But what I will say is when you get that many people from all different walks of life, all agreeing that either a game is great or a game is terrible, normally there's some commonality there that causes that you can say, okay, there's got to be something to this, right? The mixed score stuff is where you get into the, well, that could be really opinionated and like, well, okay, I'm going to go in this game and love it, even though it got mixed reviews. Right. I know I'm still going to love it. And I find my reviewers that I know play games like I do. And I go to them and say, okay, if I really want an opinion, that's where I'm going to get it from. Right. But with something like this, Elden Ring getting generational type scores, right? 97, 96 on Open Critic. I think it is. I really like Open Critic because it puts all the platforms together. Look, whatever the case, however you dice it, everybody's saying this game is special. Right. So, I, you know, that certainly didn't hurt my decision, but at the same time, I said this was going to be last. So realistically, that's what drove me. I said, nope, I said, this is going to be my last attempt at a Souls game. I'm going to hop into this thing and I'm going to give it a go. I'm loving it. Okay. This is the most fun this many hours in. I think I'm at like 5 or 6 hours now. This is the most fun I've had in a Souls game to date. And that's because I can choose what I want to do more so than other Souls games. I know other Souls games do give you some freedom. You're not locked into a linear path in Souls games. However, you are locked into dungeons, and dungeons don't have that ability to say, you know what? I'm not going to go fight this boss right now. I'm going to go in this complete opposite direction and go find some other stuff to do, right? That's limited in that dungeon setting. Yes, there are other paths you can take. Yes, you can go around and farm a little bit, but this game gives me the option to go completely off track, go explore whatever the hell I want to. Yes, run into even harder bosses and dragons that I ain't even close to being ready for. But at the same, right. Try me. But at the same time, it also gives me a chance to explore and discover some really cool off the beaten path type stuff that I love with Skyrims of the world, with the Fallouts of the world. It's not to that scope. And I never expected that. I didn't go into this, even with the scores, going, well, I bet you Elden Ring's going to beat out Skyrim for my GOAT game of all time. No, I knew that wasn't going to happen because it's a totally different RPG style. Like it's completely different, but I knew it would give me the ability to walk away from things that I did not want to fight and still have a whole world to explore and not have to worry about fighting that boss at that moment or fighting that mini boss at that moment, whatever the case may be. I can go see something completely different because, again, that's the other great thing about this. The diversity in From Software world is second to none. From moment to moment, going into a different area, you know you are now in a new world. You are seeing new creatures for the first time. You are seeing new landscapes for the first time. You are seeing all this different stuff. And that, to me, is another great part about this. Again, exploration for me in gaming worlds, open worlds is huge. It's got to be done right. Like I said in other shows and what we've been talking behind the scenes, I give From Software the highest amount of credit possible for taking their games to an open world and nailing it out of the gate right away. Open world, taking a game from the style that they had before, they had that mastered. Okay. They had built their games around this amazing setup, and it was a paint by numbers for them at that point. And they just knew what they were doing. To go ahead and break out of that and say, listen, we're going to do something completely different here, and we're going to go full open world experience. Go walk wherever you want to, go explore wherever you want to. That is not an easy thing for a dev. I don't care what anybody says. Some people will say, well, that should be even easier just to make an open world. No, because it changes up how you normally have bosses interact with people, with gamers, how you have those moment to moment battles, even with the smaller enemies. That changes the dynamic completely when you go to this open world from a more controlled, tighter setting. And for From to nail it out the gates, again, saying this, From Software, you have to consider at this moment in time is one of the top devs in the entire world at what they do. Every single one of their games is scoring off the charts. Now, this happens to be their magnum opus, right? This happens to be their pinnacle But you have to say that From Software, for what they do, is one of the top devs in the world, because they do not miss. Now we can get into the part they patched. The optimization is not good. The patch broke things even worse on PC. ACG has changed his review from a buy to a wait, which shout out to ACG for going back. He's not happy about it. He's not happy about what's happened here with this patch, but shout out for him to going back and doing that. So a lot of those scores, would they be different after this patch, especially for the reviewers who played on PC? Yeah, some of those scores might not be as high as what they are, right? This patch broke a lot of things, and that's a problem. From Software's already come out and apologized. That's great and all, but look, you don't want to break your game, break your momentum when you got something like this with a bad patch, but they've done that. But From Software is not the best at that. If you go back and look up through their history, it happens.
On release, that's the one thing that I did forget to mention, is that it has optimization issues. It really does. Again, me and Pong, especially since I got the new monitor set up, I'm starting to notice it less. But when I was playing on my previous TV, if I didn't have G-Sync, if I didn't have FreeSync, I should say, excuse me, because that's what's on these monitors, I was seeing very bad frame stuttering.
Yeah,
it's very noticeable, and that's not something, especially in Souls game, you're already having, especially if you're a newer player,
you can't have that.
You're already frustrated dealing with learning the game, right? Because it's really a true RPG. Like, you have to, like, the wave, the stats, like all of it. There's so much to it. Also, fighting the game, because you're fighting somebody and the frames decide to drop out of nowhere, can be extremely frustrating too. Now, again, I just want people to know it's noticeable, and I don't want to give FromSoft that excuse like, oh, because the game is good. It doesn't matter, because it does. It does matter. But if that's something that you think is going to throw you off, I would definitely say like ACG did. Wait. Just hold off on it for a bit. This game is going to be here, and it will get the attention it deserves. Every Souls game, you can look back through the history for FromSoft. No matter what game that they touch, they make sure that it's the best that it can possibly be, even if it's not at launch, unfortunately.
Yep, exactly. And so from that standpoint, there is issues, and I understand why people are upset with this, because they should be. Again, this should not be acceptable. It is something that From needs to work on. For sure. Again, we've had this conversation many times. The games coming out nowadays I feel like, there's more bugs than ever. And again, to go from a non-patch to a patch and then cause more issues in your game. Now, that's something we don't see all the time, but it does happen here and there. But it does cause frustration, and it should, right? And it is something they need to obviously address. But overall, again, I'm playing on Series X. I've got an OLED. I've got the LG CX, so I'm playing with VRR. I'm not having any performance issues whatsoever. I've not come across any real bugs at all as of yet.
Not really.
Again, I've heard PlayStation's got some pop-in happening. I've heard some people, Mr. Badbit, shout out to Joe. He talked about that he is seeing some pop-in from time to time. Again, that stuff doesn't bother me, so I don't notice it as much as everybody else does that are sensitive to that stuff. But I have not seen anything. I've not come across anything. I'm just enjoying the open world aspect, like Steel talked about. I'm playing the game a completely different way than veteran Souls players might be, or even new people that jump in that don't understand. I'm playing it the way that I play a lot of my RPGs. I'm going and farming and exploring, because I always like to become powered up early. Again, the frustration for me is when I'm getting my ass handed to me over and over and over again. Right. At some point, and with Souls games, I have a less tolerance for it. I'm like, nah, we ain't doing it. I'm not sitting here and doing this. So what I'm doing in this game, now that they've given me the opportunity to do it this way, I found a great farming area. Okay. And I farmed the hell out of it. Last night, we were all in a party after Xbox Ultimate for about 2 hours or so, somewhere in that neighborhood. Yeah. That's all I was doing. I was farming. Like Steel said, I'm above his level now because I was sitting here farming. Now, it was in an area I should not have been. I was getting, if I screwed up in the pattern of farming, I was getting one-shotted instantaneously, like no doubt. Steel heard me. I was like Steel was talking about those enemy AI. You think you've got their pattern down, and then suddenly they come up with something new. And it's like, why did you just do that? That's not how this is supposed to work. I had you down. Now what are you doing? Right. So I was still having that happenability, but the great part, what I'm saying is the great part for me is that I can go do that. I have the option to play that way. And that's what's expanded to me. Again, Souls veterans will argue, all day. Well, you could have done stuff like that in the other early ones. No, not to the same degree I can here. It gives me more freedom. That's what I love about the open world setting. And that's what I'm seeing a lot of people. I'm seeing people in the chat like Nick say 100% agree with you, Pong, because that open world aspect does change everything about the mindset when it comes to this game. And I think, again, credit out to From for deciding to do this, because in its own way, that's some new accessibility levels right there by creating this open world. Veteran Souls players can still play the old way if they want to. They can still go from boss to boss to boss, trial and error, see, hey, am I ready for this? Am I not ready for this? Okay, right. Death number 30. I'm not ready for this. I'm gonna back out. We're gonna go somewhere else, and I'm gonna get a little bit more power. But for us players that may have been frustrated with old Souls games or brand new players, we just have more options to take on and tackle the different challenges that are going to come up in a From Software game. And that's what I love about this, right? So absolutely loving everything about it. Again, I was already sold on the aesthetic, the From Software art direction. Some people don't like it. Get that as well. Again, art is subjective. I think it's gorgeous. I think it's awesome looking. It's different from a lot of RPGs. It gives me a new experience. Again, the different enemy types, I am always running into something new and surprising. And that is also rare. After a while in an RPG, when you've explored a lot, normally you start just, I know what this enemy is going to be. I know what this enemy is going to be. In this game, bro, even the little enemies, there's a ton of different little enemies, and I keep coming across new ones, and I'm like, what the hell is that? What is this? Okay. Came across some little ball of tentacles walking on the land the other night. And I was like, what is this? This thing, what is this? This thing is completely different from anything else I've seen.
Ignore it, please. Please ignore it. Please do not go fight it.
I fought it. I destroyed it.
Oh,
I'm talking about the little one, the baby.
Okay.
I know there's a bigger one I have not come across yet.
No, there's this big one, that tentacle whatever thing. Bro. I swung my sword and it just said 1 damage. I was like, I don't need
Jasper
to be
was telling me
here.
about that. I was like, no. No, I did not find that at all yet. But I found a giant flower plant with a bunch of baby plants with lightning strikes. This plant was calling down lightning on me. I was like, what? Wait, what is a plant doing some freaking lightning? Okay, magic. Okay, really? So that's what I love. The creativity from Software is off the charts. Miyazaki is got to be considered one of the best heads, just like a Todd Howard.
He's up there, bro.
With Kojima, he's up there again. Ever since he started From Software, like 17 years ago, 18 years ago,
they've been worked his
way. Yeah, when he took over, go back. I think he took over in 2000. And what did I read the other night? He took over in 2012. I want to say 2011, 2012, somewhere in that neighborhood. Ever since he took over, they already had a great history. But since he's taken over, man, the games that they have put out, the critical acclaim that they have gotten better at each iteration. They have learned from each iteration and have added to those games that have followed. And that's what I'd love to see. Studios that have kept their talent, that have moved through the generations, that have gotten better at each and every stop that they go to. That's what you're seeing From Software do. I love that. Man. And Miyazaki has got to be considered one of the greats at this point, especially with Elden Ring dropping to the critical acclaim that it has gotten. Again, are there things they can work on? Absolutely. That engine is not optimized, like Steel and I've just talked about. Making a patch that breaks your game is not good. It's not a good look at all. Again, we could talk about whether or not those review scores are legit because of that fact, because again, had it been this way when those reviews came out, it may not have scored as high as it did, but the fact is that's not the way it was. So we're going to take the review score for what it is, because the game itself, the core game itself, and they will fix it, is probably, again, it wouldn't be that score for me like this early on. Like I was telling Steel, again, I'm not one of those guys who like to give scores unless I've played a lot of a game. And that's a whole nother discussion that happened this week as well, about whether or not you should have to beat a game to review it. Even if you've got something like 70 hours into it, is that enough? I would say, we'll get into it. But anyways, for me right now, like I told Steel in the background, I can just kind of project, because I know how a game's going to, I know a game early enough on, I know myself well enough to see where the game's going to go, that even story-wise, it doesn't matter to me story-wise, that I have a feeling that this would be a low 90s for me at the end of the day, which is still freaking fantastic. Like I said, I wasn't expecting this to be one of my GOATs, just because the RPG style is different from what I normally enjoy so much of. Not to say that I can't grow to love it, but again, now that I've hopped into it, it is Souls at its core. No matter what anybody wants to tell you, it is a Souls game. So I know I'm going to have my moments of frustration. I've already had some. One of them, Steel already mentioned, the spirit summoning. The spirit summoning, look, the way they showed that off in their trailers lead up, it looked like you could do it anywhere. And I'm all about that game, right? I'm all about creating my own army. That's why I was all excited. I chose the astrologer class to be full magic, because I was like, all right, we're going to get my summoning stuff. We're going to be I'm going to be able to have my army with me as I'm soloing through this. We're good. This is going to be much better. Well, it turns out you can only summon in certain areas, and I still have yet to run into one of those areas to summon. So that is a little frustrating to me. But like Steel said, it's probably due to balancing and that kind of stuff. I get it. I do get it. It's just a little frustrating. So there's certain things that I like out of my RPGs that I know From is not going to give me. Spells are very hard to find, and you got to buy them all the time, and there's like a lot, so you're running with the same spell. Even though I'm now level 36, I think I hit last night, I'm still running with the same beginning spells, because I haven't found any new ones or bought any new ones. I haven't even found anybody I can buy them from. So for me, that kind of stuff is like, okay, all right, but it's From. Okay, so we're cool. It's just that it will never be I knew it would never surpass GOAT status like Skyrim, but low 90s for me, that's huge, man. That's well worth the price of admission. I'm happy I jumped in. I'm already to the point where I'm like, okay, this is not a wasted budget. Okay. I did not waste any of my budget money on this. I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to put more hours into this game than I ever have in a From Software game. So for me, it's worth it.
Yeah.
And again, hats off to From Software going to this open world. I don't think a lot of people said, some people hit me up and said, well, Pong, if you love Elden Ring, are you going to go back and play the old? Does that mean you're going to go back and play Dark Souls again? Or are you going to try it again, go back? I don't think I can. After having an open world, now I'm going to go back and even hate that even more, that I'm knocked into a dungeon. I don't think I will. I think that Elden Ring will stand on its own, and I'll be able to say, hey, I enjoyed a Souls game, had a great time with it. Really great game. I'm just going to be hoping that From Software from here on out does open world, because I think they know what they're doing, and I love that aspect. I don't know if I could go away from it. So that's my take on Elden Ring. Having a great time.
That's an amazing thing to hear, especially from someone who's not necessarily in that genre. And kind of, I'm on the opposite fence of you, where you're like, Skyrim is, that top of the line game. And for me, Skyrim isn't that. I have no interest to play Skyrim. Although I did like playing Elder Scrolls Online. But it's probably more so because of the multiplayer aspect of it. Being able to co-op and do PvP, and there was just so much more to it. But even then, it was kind of like on the fence, because maybe at the time, if I would have known that, because I can't go back to it now, I just have a hard time jumping in it. But if I would have known at the time that I could play third person, the experience might have been a little bit different for me. But I didn't learn that until much later on, that it had that option. And even then, it's not like somebody who pays attention to the way that combat mechanics go, how they look and everything else. At this point, it just bothers me, because it's just, it comes across too basic, although I know that you can mix things up. I think it's more so just about the animations than anything else. It's just, for me, you could tell Skyrim, for me, you could definitely tell its age, but that's neither here or there. Not to say that it's not a good game or whatever the case. It's just, I can be honest and say it's just not for me, and that's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's completely okay. Again, it's just different scope. It's different
that's the other
style.
thing,
It's a
too.
completely different. It is
completely
apples and oranges, right?
Right.
It is really apples and oranges. So it's not a big deal.
The other thing too, that I noticed about Elden Ring is that people who are playing on last generation consoles are actually getting better performance than the next generation is, apparently.
Yeah, play the PS4 version. Play the PS4 version if you got a PS5.
Because apparently, I don't know if it's the same thing for the One X, but I'd imagine it would. But One X is the worst powerful console than the PlayStation 4 Pro. But on the One X and the PlayStation 4 Pro, apparently the gameplay is at a lock 60, which is really weird, which is crazy to think about. But then it also just paints the bigger picture for the community, for the people, that it has to just be optimization issues. There's no reason why we should have hardware that's actually better than, like, way better, like almost 3 to 5 times better than the previous hardware, and the previous hardware is outperforming you. And it's more, in the previous hardware definitely going to have some ramp down settings and things like that, so that probably has a lot of effect on it. But the fact that it's still getting that lock 60 and people are having or people are recommending that is crazy, and that's not something that you would want to have.
No, and that goes back to, we've talked about it here too, Steel, is that some of the Eastern devs are a little bit slower in transition to a more current update, current gen, right? They're slower in that transition, and we're seeing that with From. They're just more experienced than that old gen.
Yeah, they've been using it.
Hardware, and they, even though it's less powerful, they're just better at the programming side of things to get that optimized on those older gens than they are using the new current gen. And that's, again, it can happen to any devs, especially the smaller devs. We just see it. I see it personally more on the Eastern side of things with certain devs. They just have a harder time getting up to speed with new tech than some other devs do. And I think that's what we're seeing here, is they're just so used to that old tech, again, less powerful, but they're just used to working with those dev tools more so than the current gen. And it just takes them longer to get up to speed. That's all there is to it. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree with that. But I kind of wanted to jump off from coming from the Elden Ring topic, because this is just another conversation that's kind of happened throughout the week. And I always love talking about this because it's always it's an interesting conversation to have, because everybody's going to have a different angle. It's just like the same question of what is a hardcore gamer, or what is a gaming enthusiast. Everybody's going to have their own definition, and nobody's going to be able to be like, oh, this is exactly what it is. And I think it's the same thing when it comes to difficulty in games and accessibility in games. There's so many different angles that you can take, and there's so many different perspectives that you could throw in the conversation, that it makes it interesting to talk about every time that the conversation gets brought up. And it's always seemingly when there's a game like a Souls game that comes out and blatantly makes it obvious that this game isn't just for everybody. You know what I mean? Although this one has gotten more reach, it's not necessarily for everybody, because at the same time, I am seeing a lot of people who were going to say, oh yeah, this is my I'm going to take this time and I'm going to try to jump into it, who have also put the game down. Because again, they tricked themselves into thinking this is something other than a Souls game, and it's a Souls game. It's not Babylon's Fall. Like, it's not that. You know what I mean? The combat mechanics aren't just going to magically change all of a sudden. No, it's still a Souls game through and through. All the mechanics, same mechanics, are still there. Everything. But what I wanted to kind of bring to the table is this the whole accessibility question. Do studios need to make games easier, or give you an option to make the game easier for everybody? And I believe we've had this discussion here before, so I'm kind of just going to reiterate some of the things that I've said on this topic before. For me personally, I am always going to leave that decision up to the dev, whether they want to do that or not. They have a vision. They're going to create that vision. And if that's what they want to do, and that's how they wanted to bring it to fruition, great. I am not going to be the person to say, oh, they should have made it more accessible. The biggest reason I say that, I don't know how to build games. I don't know any devs like that for real. So I don't have nobody to go to talk to and be like, hey, why wouldn't you be able to do that? Why not make it more accessible? So I'm always going to go back to, if the dev decides to make it more accessible, then great. If they don't, then guess what? The game isn't for you. Can that be unfortunate for some people that really want to jump into it? Oh, I really want to play, for example, a Souls game, but there's not an easy mode, so I can't enjoy it. Well, Souls games are more than just about the story. It's designed a certain way to be frustrating. For the game, like I explained it last night on Xbox Ultimate, the game wants you to play the game the way the game wants you to play. Not the way you want to play the game. Yes, do you have the option to play your style? Sure. Magic, upfront combat, sitting back, whatever that may be. Yeah. But at the same time, the game is going to bend and break you to understand the mechanics of the bosses, how the different people fight, what weapons are going to work. Do you need to use two-handed? Do you need a shield? Would you rather use some magic? It's going to bend and break you to make sure that you understand these things. Like OCD Gamer says, it wouldn't be a Souls game if it has an easy mode. I have to agree with you on that, OCD, 100%. The whole reason these games get the attention that they do is because of that fact. It's meant to challenge you. And what's crazy to me is people are begging for easy modes in games, but back in the day, you either beat the game or you didn't. It just shows me we have a generation of people, and it's crazy because it's a lot of the times for gamers that are on average 30 years old. I know that you played games without a memory card before. I know that you've left your console on all night and had your mom or somebody come in and turn off your console and you had to start completely over. I know these things. So for people to come out and say, oh, and this needs to be easier. Do you not remember where we just came from? Where you didn't have an option? You either beat the game or you didn't. If you died, guess what? You're going back to the beginning of the stage. Crash Bandicoot used to be annoying as hell to me when I was younger. God damn, I gotta start this whole level over? Oh, I gotta start this whole boss fight over? God damn. Ninja Gaiden, same thing. God damn, I gotta start the whole fucking level? Like, I literally, well, one of the things, because I went back to Ninja Gaiden here recently, in just the first game, it doesn't hold up well. Combat, everything, it just doesn't hold up well. Like, not only are you facing the difficulty of the game, but you're also fighting the difficulty of the screen movement, like moving your camera and everything. That was annoying as hell. So I went to Ninja Gaiden 2, which plays so much better. But those games are known for being difficult. Again, another game that forces you to understand how the game works. Accessibility is always an option, whether it be to you or it be to the dev. And if the dev misses out on your dollar because they did not make it accessible enough for you, guess what? That's their loss. I understand that people want to play this game, that it wants to be easy, but that's just not the way that it works. UK Lad says, how far do you go with easy mode though? I mean, you know, there's people who will find an easy mode, difficult and will demand an even easier mode. That is the problem. Because there's no limit to it. It's like Forza. Let's use Forza as the best example. I'm not personally a fan of the fact that Forza has a mode that you literally don't have to drive the car. It does everything for you. I'm not a fan of that. So I do commend them for giving that option. Because I can understand somebody who either has a wheel, has a controller, and just going through the motions and them just having a good time. I completely understand that. Gaming is mainly supposed to be fun. Just because I, as a gaming advocate, gaming enthusiast, who likes the challenge of playing PvP games against other people, because other people are completely different from playing the AI or playing a computer or anything else like that. People are unpredictable. Humans are unpredictable. So as someone who enjoys that challenge, and that to be brought into part of the biggest reason why I enjoy these Souls games, for an example, that's an awesome thing for me. Do I expect for everybody else to feel that same way? No. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I don't want you to beat your head up on the wall because the game's too challenging. I don't want you to try to beat the game. You're not forced to beat it. Don't buy the game if you know that it's going to be challenging. And that's why I always will say when people ask, hey, should I buy a Souls game? Do you like Souls games? That's my first question every time. Have you played something similar to it? No? I'm not going to suggest it to you then. And it's not because the game's not good. It's because I know what's going to happen. I've been playing games long enough to see not only on the multiplayer side, but also on single player side, when you have games that challenge you, people blame the game and then stop playing. It happens all the time in multiplayer. People blame the game instead of blaming their own skill. Tons of people were doing that for Halo when it came out. Oh, the game is trash. Oh, these guns aren't that great. It don't work. Oh, the lag. Oh, no, it's just you're not getting the headshots, so you're not killing people. It matters in those games. Souls, you're not being patient enough. You're not taking your time, so you're going to get frustrated. Because I just seen 20 people on Twitter, main example, put up videos saying, oh, this is why I don't play Souls games, and they're running directly into the boss, just swinging. And then when the boss pokes them multiple times over and over again, and they don't roll, they just keep trying to melee them. That's not the game. That's you. There's a roll there for a reason. There's a movement there for a reason. So the whole accessibility thing, again, for me, is if the dev wants to give you that option, great. If they don't, guess what? They're not going to get that dollar from you. And that's okay. I understand that you want to play these games, but if you want to play these games, learn how to play the game. And if you don't find that fun, then the game wasn't meant for you. It's that simple. No matter how much you want to play the game. I'm all for that. I'm all for accessibility. I'm all for, like Xbox has with the accessibility controller, making it easier for anybody who has any kind of handicap to remap controls and do whatever they want. I think that is such a great thing. I am not a fan of trying to make devs bend the knee or force them or bully them into whatever we want them to do. That is our number one problem in our industry right now. Too much consideration for what how the people feel. Make your game. Now, if you have a service-based game, oh yeah, you have to go off the community. There's also a limit to that. Everything has a limit. And you have to be bold enough, as FromSoft has done, bold enough to stick to your guns and say, no, this is my game. We'll make it more open world. And I bet that was one of the number one considerations that they took in there. How do we make it more accessible for people? Oh, well, people like open world games. Let's make it an open world. Oh, let's give you a horse. So you can fight people on a horse. Now, is it the most intuitive ever horse combat in any game? No. Does it work though? Yes. Will it be better over time? Probably. Can be debatable. It's going to be different for different people, but they did implement things to make it more accessible. If it's still not for you at this point, then the games are not for you. Just like somebody playing playing a racing game, full simulation, and expecting for your car engine not to start fucking up when you start running people off the road or bumping into people. No, man, it's simulation. Like, let's use some common sense here. And that's the only thing that kind of bothers me about it, is that a lot of people don't end up using their kind of common sense in this. Ham Solo brings up a great point. Easy mode used to be cheat codes. GTA. That's all we used to do back in the day. I'm running amok. Once you beat the story, I'm playing the game to enter cheat modes, spawn in a random jet, and just destroy random shit. There was so much fun to be had there. That was great about games back in the day. There was cheat codes for it. But the devs obviously made that an accessible option. The devs did that. It wasn't somebody just went into the game all of a sudden, oh, I figured out the cheat codes. No, it was there. There was button inputs for it. Left, right, up, down, LB, RB. It was put in place. So
except for Game Shark. Game Shark.
Game Shark was complete. That was completely
broke the game.
Yeah, that was completely breaking the game. I didn't finish his sentence. He said they should bring that back for people that want to play, but shut off achievements for that save. Yeah, and I love when games do that. When they say, hey, you can do this, but you're not going to get any achievements for it. Or you can do this, or whatever the stipulation may be. I love when games do that. So at least you understand that you are using this accessibility option to play the game. So at the end of the day, I'm also going to say, he said he got cheat codes for Seafood and Elden Ring on day one. Hey man, to each their own. People that review games, that's been a common thing. People have unlimited health and everything else for them to play the game. It's hard for me to respect people's opinions who do that, but if it's helping make the experience more enjoyable for you, cool. But if it's not there, I'm not gonna beg the dev to put it in the game. I want the dev to create their vision, and I think we're moving into a generation where I think that's the most important thing, where devs just need to make their game. And whether the people buy it or not, you'll know whether that game was worth it or not. And then kind of go from there. So Pong, this whole accessibility kind of conversation that's popped up again because of Elden Ring and other games that are like it. Yep. And then the conversation about giving the option to handicapped players and things like that. How do you feel about this discussion? Again, this isn't the first time that we've talked about it. Probably won't be the last time that we've talked about it, that we'll talk about it. But do you have kind of a different opinion than what you've had before? And what do you kind of want to reiterate for the people on how you personally feel, especially with this one being more accessible, at least to you, which is also an interesting take. So.
Yeah, I think this is multifaceted, as with most big discussions. And I think there's a lot of conflating that happens when people get into this conversation. So look, it's a sensitive subject because with disabilities, you have one set of accessibility issues that people feel that should be corrected in every game, right? So that people of all disabilities can have the opportunity to play all games. Okay. Look, first of all, let me state this for the record. I have zero problems with easy modes. I have zero problems with accessibility. I have zero problems 100%. With anybody. Okay. And then you have the other side. Then you have the gatekeeping members of the community who say that somehow having an easy mode, having accessibility options suddenly diminishes the prestige of beating one of those games that they themselves feel. Again, an ego side of things. I beat Dark Souls, therefore I'm a better game player than the people who can't beat Dark Souls. And if you give them an easy mode, that somehow diminishes my achievement, right? Okay, two separate sides here, okay? I will also state for the record that I'm firmly in the same camp as Steel, that this is up to the developers, and I will not dictate to a developer how they should make a game in any way, shape, or form. If a game is not for me, it's not for me, whatever the case may be. I am not going to dictate to anybody that they should change their story because I want a different story,
right? Or
they should change their mechanics because I want to play differently, right? Okay, period. Point blank, that should be left up to the devs. Again, you can have conversations around it. You can suggest to the devs, hey, we over here, we have these sets of disabilities we'd like to see addressed in the games. But at the end of the day, if the dev does not have the time or want to put in the time, does not have the resources, nor wants to go find the resources to do these things, then that's on the dev. They lose your sale, okay? They lose the ability to gain another sale because they did not address that. But at the end of the day, you cannot be mad at the developer and start attacking them because they did not make a game for you.
Exactly.
I do not believe in dictating that stuff, okay? At all. I just don't. Again, I'll just use myself as an example because I'm speaking from personal. I can't speak for everybody. Everybody has the right to do whatever they want to. Again, I'm all about free speech. Go do whatever you want to. I'm just saying you got to be careful with how you go. The Last of Us 2 does not exist for me because of the story. Okay. I was upset that I didn't get The Last of Us 2, but I'm not personally attacking Naughty Dog for not making the story the way I want it. Same goes for Disney-fied Star Wars. Disney-fied Star Wars is not for me. Yeah. Okay. It's not. But I've learned to come to accept the fact, hey, it's not. I have the game. I have the movies and the games like The Last of Us 1. Last of Us 1 is one of the greatest games of all time for me. 100%. It's in my top all-time list. Okay. But that's the only one that's going to exist because I didn't get the story I wanted. But I'm not going to dictate to Naughty Dog outside of the fact they're not getting my sale. I'm not going to dictate to Naughty Dog, hey, you have to do this. You have to make the game I wanted. No, that's not the case. So again, I know it's two different things, but at the same time, all I'm stating is that I'm not going to dictate to the devs, and I don't want other people trying to dictate to the devs that every game has to be for everyone. No. There's a game for everyone, but not every game is for everyone.
Exactly.
Okay. So again, that's how I'm going to roll with this. But again, I have zero problems. I'm not one of those gatekeeping people. I'm not out here going, you can't have easy mode. You can't make it. No, I don't care. I don't care if somebody plays on easy where they press one button throughout the entire game and they beat the game. I don't care. That doesn't diminish my accomplishment in that game if I played it on a different difficulty level. Okay, in any way, shape, or form. If they gave the option for people to run through Skyrim and just watch the story, and basically every battle was won with one button press, hey, more power to you. My hundreds of hours in Skyrim playing a completely different way would not be diminished because I know what I did, and I don't care. I don't need validation from other people out there, okay? I don't. I know what I did in that game. I'm proud of what I did in that game. I'm proud of the time I put in that game and how I played it. That's me personally. That's my own self-worth. Okay. It does not get taken away because all of a sudden the dev decided to put an easy mode and make it more accessible for people. But again, it's up to the developer. If From Software decided, hey, we are going to try to get more people interested in our games. So what can we do to do that? Well, we're going to change the formula by making this open world, making the ability, like I was talking about when we were talking about Elden Ring directly, the ability for me to play it the way that I want to and go find my own way through the world. That's what they decided to do. But if the limit is, and From Software internally said, but we don't want to change our game and put an easy mode in it because part of what makes our game what it is the difficulty, and we don't feel or want to take the time to put that easy mode in, then that's on them. Again, if that means they don't get your sale, hey, that's their loss, right? That is their loss at the end of the day. If that means that only, I'm just going to throw out numbers, it doesn't matter, but only 15 million people play Elden Ring versus 20 million had they made an easy mode, then that was their choice. Their sacrifice, right? Yep. That was a sacrifice they decided to make. I'm just not about dictating. Again, I understand this is a sensitive topic. I've watched videos on both sides of this. There are some people with some very strong opinions on both sides. Again, I'm not down with the gatekeepers, but I'm also not down with basically creating a law that says developers must put an easy mode in here, and it must have all accessibility options in every single game just so that everybody has an opportunity to play it. I'm not down with that, right? I'm not down with telling people and dictating to people, especially creatives, right? That's like me saying that every artist must go draw a certain way or paint a certain way so that I like it. Okay, no. That's not what you do for creatives. We are just going to have certain games that aren't for everybody. And that's okay. That's okay. The gaming industry is so gigantic out there. There is a game for everybody, okay? And you can go find those games. Again, Forza Horizon, perfect example. Playground went to the extreme, okay, with their accessibility options, right? That was an internal choice they made, right? So for them, hey, they opened it up. Their game exploded. It's at 18, 19 million players right now. More people are enjoying Forza Horizon than ever before. That was an internal decision they made, and it's completely was up to them. So again, I will not tell From Software that they have to do something they don't want to. Again, if they do it, I'm not going to have any problem with it whatsoever.
I'm not going to care.
Go for it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to care either. I'm not going to care.
The only time it becomes a problem that I see from people is when they brag about how easy the game was, or when they brag about how they beat the game.
Yeah,
that's when it becomes a problem. That's also a different discussion. If you're bragging about it, then you have a deeper problem at foot for sure. Like, it's not something you can't beat the game on easy and then complain how easy the game was. Oh, I didn't have fun with it. Oh, this, that, and other thing. Oh, all these problems. And it's like, you didn't even play the game for real. Like, so that's when it comes. I mean, again, it is. Nick said some interesting things. But like Ham Solo said, games are like people. Not all are made for you to like. It is what it is. It's 100% correct. Then Nick goes on to say, it's a sensitive topic for only sensitive people. Sorry, LOL. And Nix, I feel you. I can definitely understand that, because at the end of the day, it shouldn't be a sensitive topic. It should be something that we can have discussions about and kind of leave it that, and then kind of go move forward from there. Because at the end of the day, whether you're playing a game on easy or not, doesn't matter to me. Because if I really want that type of challenge, I'm going to play a multiplayer game. I'm going to play against an actual person, because an actual person is always going to be more challenging, unpredictable. All these other games, you can learn and get better at.
And to clarify your statement too, Steele, a little bit, when you talk about somebody bragging about beating the game and it being easy, that's different from saying somebody out there who may have used the easy mode and comes out and says, hey, I really enjoyed that game. Right. I really enjoyed that game.
Completely different.
Yeah. I don't care how you enjoyed your game, but right. But again, if you're coming out here saying that game was so easy, I crushed it, and you were on easy mode or using all the accessibility options when you didn't need to use the accessibility options, that's completely two different things.
Or
right?
when you beat the game in 6 to 8 hours, you're like, that game was short.
Right.
Like Kana, Bridge of Spirits. Oh, this is a 6-hour experience, 8-hour experience. Man, I played that game on hard, and it took me fucking 30, 40 hours to beat the goddamn game. So it's like, I can't even listen to people's opinion on how long games take until I play them.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, the amount that it takes me, it's like Cyberpunk. Pong has over 200 hours in Cyberpunk, 300 hours in Cyberpunk, right? Still hasn't beat the game. I beat the game in 50 hours, and I wasn't even trying to beat the game. I wasn't. I was just playing it.
Right.
And enjoying it.
Two different styles. It's two different styles of play.
And I got the best story, and I got the best ending in the game.
Right. Exactly.
And that's not the easiest thing to do. So it's like, it's such an open discussion.
Exactly. But it is. And there's such a wide range of different game players. Like Dan, the man Cunningham, he brings up a good point. And I've seen this argument used. I saw this argument used this week as to why there has to be an easy mode. Right. And because they were trying to push. And again, I understand when you have a disability, that you want the option to be able to play every game. I understand that mentality. Like, hey, but unfortunately, it's again, when it comes to the developers and people creating their vision, that's not the way it's going to work. And again, it's not just for people with disabilities, it's with everybody. Not everything is going to be for you. And like Dan said, he plays on easier mode more now as he gets older. And I saw the argument out there, hey, we want to make these developers put easy mode in here because everybody, even if you don't have a disability, is going to get older and not going to be able to play video games as well as they used to. Look, I still I'm getting older. Has my playing ability declined? Yeah, sure. There are times where I notice my playing ability has declined from when I was, in my 20s. Absolutely. But at the same time, if I get to 80 and I have less games to play because there's just certain games I can't do anymore from a motor skill standpoint, I'm cool with it. That's okay. I'm not going to still. I'm not exactly. I'm not going to sit back and yell because the gaming industry has decided not to make games easier for me as an older player. I still will hold that same stance to that day. I will say, hey, those games, first-person shooters, just aren't for me anymore. Now, I hope at that point we are strapped into virtual reality and I'm living in my own world and I'm acting like I'm a 20-year-old all over again. I hope that's the case. But if not, if we're still at the stage of controller in hand and I just can't do it anymore, so be it. I'm not going to ask or demand, I should say. Asking is one thing, but I'm not going to demand the devs.
That's my problem.
Change their game for me. I'm just not going to do that. I'm not built that way. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to say, hey, that's cool. Game's not for me. I'm going to go find something else. And if I get to a point where I can't play any games, so be it. I just will not be playing any more video games. I'll be reading books or whatever's comfortable for me at that point, right? That's it.
That's what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's not like you can always go back and play your other games. If that's the case, if you feel like you can't keep up, go back. It is what it is. I mean, it's different for different people. And Nixon, that brings up another good point. Want and would like are completely different things.
Exactly.
100%. And
but yeah, Ham Solo, I wish the NBA would lower the baskets down to 5 feet so I could dunk, so I could be an NBA player.
Hey, me too. I've never dunked in my life. Yeah, raise the goal down so I can dunk. God damn it. I feel it's not fair to me that I have never been able to jump that high.
Right.
So the NBA needs to change the goal size. It's not enough.
I could be a pro player, Steele, if the baskets were 5 feet high. I could be a pro.
What? I could be a pro player if I could shoot 1,000 threes from the 3-point line. If they just made it closer.
Yep.
I'd be a pro player, millions of dollars. Right. No, man, that's not the way life works. Like, just because we're playing games doesn't mean that life still doesn't have an effect on it. Like, you're still living in reality. And again, like Pong said, until we get strapped into a virtual world, even then, I'm going to tell you straight up, if you think online is bad now, wait until we get in a virtual reality where people are really cyberbullying you. My God, we're going to have a completely different discussion.
Oh yeah. Absolutely 100%. But no, I just, like I said, I understand there's a lot of facets to it. And again, I don't agree with the gatekeeping for the people who say absolutely you cannot put an easy mode in no matter what because it takes away from my accomplishment. I don't agree with you at all. And I just, like I said, I don't agree with the other side. If you are going to demand and try to make a law that says that the devs must put an easy mode or accessibility in their games, no, I don't agree with that either. So again, extreme sides, just with everything in life, there's extreme sides. I just leave it up to the devs. And I think Steel's in the same boat, obviously. Just leave it up to the devs. It's devs' vision, it's devs' choice. They know the sacrifices they make.
At the end of the day,
it'd be great if every game was accessible to all 3 billion people, but that just isn't the case. Person who plays Candy Crush is not going to turn around and suddenly get good at Call of Duty, nor should Activision have to make a mode for Candy Crush players that allows them to play Call of Duty just because it's easier for them. I'm sorry. That's not how it works.
Yeah, no, that's not life. That's not reality. It's just not. Call it what you want, feel how you want to feel about it. It is what it is. I think that was an amazing conversation coming off of Elden Ring, going to the accessibility thing. Again, these are definitely going to be things that we're always going to bring up here and talk about because there are important conversations to have. As we get further into the future, when more and more people get the attention, as gaming becomes more of a focus in the entertainment industry, as it kind of already starting to become, as you see actors and everything, because apparently you can't use actresses anymore. It's in the world that we live in, everybody just has to be an actor. But now we're seeing them want to be put in games. Why? Because you live forever. It's like our chick Rosario in Dying Light. She's going to get more attention now, or she's even in Mandalorian playing as Ahsoka. Like, and she plays the role magnificently. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are seeing that these facets, these forms of entertainment are also, especially in gaming, more important, because I'll always sit on the side that gaming isn't just brainless activity. Watching TV is. You don't have to, there's no interaction with watching TV. Zero. Which is the biggest reason why the time that I would spend watching TV, I typically am playing the game. And that trade-off is like, when I get in a conversation with people, it's like, oh, gaming is a waste of time. I asked, the first question I asked them, do you watch TV? Oh, yeah, I watch TV. I watch the Super Bowl. I do these. I watch football. Oh, but you can watch that for 4 hours at a time. But gaming is a problem. I'm constantly working on my hand-eye coordination, my motor skills. It takes so much more than just what people think. And I think as we move further into the future, there is so much studies that have been done to prove so many people different from what the current kind of belief is that if you actually did the research, you would be able to see it. And that's our main point with this whole thing. It's a big conversation. We'll continue to talk about those things. So with that being said, that was an amazing conversation with that. Again, beautiful people that are still here, greatly appreciate you all. Definitely hit that like button, share us out, and tell a buddy about it. Hit that sub button if you haven't. Hit that bell notification so you know when we go live. I have been trying to upload our upcoming game segment and our This Day in Game segment separately. Though life has kind of been crazy, and I do value my game time a lot too. It's kind of hard to take away from both of those. I know we talked about it in the beginning. Yes, we only do one show a week, and I was kind of doing that to supplement that. What I may end up doing is really spacing it out, not releasing all the content same day. Maybe wait a couple days, upcoming games. Wait a couple days, This Day in Gaming. Maybe do something like that. I haven't quite decided yet. Again, this is going to be the main place that you're going to find our content, unless we get more time to do whatever the case. We'll definitely be looking into that. We'll definitely be open. And if you guys have any suggestions or you got questions and things like that, eventually if we get big enough, I would love to have a simple community questions. Hey, Pong Steel, what do you think about these X number? I think that'd be an amazing thing where we just sit there and answer y'all's questions for a couple hours, whatever the case might be. I think that'd be, whatever the case, I think it'll be super dope. But we got to get to that point. That's why we're on that mission to 1K. We're also, I think we can get 2K. Again, I like to set my sights big, fall short. Cool. It is what it is. I'm not doing this to see a huge return from it. Would I like to be sponsored? Hell, goddamn right. I want Microsoft to pay me to be like, hey, I need you to do a show 3 times a week and boom. All right, bet. I could be better than G4. Nice. Let's do it. But that would be an amazing thing to do, but it's not reality. There's not enough time in the world, along with real life and things that are going on behind the scenes, that make that such an accessible goal at this moment. Not saying that it can't. So definitely share us out, and we'll definitely hope to build from there. But with that, real quick, I do want to mention Lego Star Wars has gone gold. That was something, again, it's important to me. It might not be important to anybody else. Lego Star Wars did come out back in the day. They're re-releasing the whole Skywalker saga and everything else. It's going to be a huge game. There's so much content in that goddamn game. The Lego games, again, not something that's for everybody, but the fact that you can have that co-op experience or whatever the case might be, even though I think it's a missed opportunity for them not to add online co-op. That's a huge missed opportunity, but the fact that they still have that there, I think is dope. The fact that it's doing well, from what I've seen from the screenshots and the videos, it looks really good. I think it's going to be a fun time, especially if you're a fan of the Star Wars series, to play back through it. And Lego does so, the creators of those games do so well, like kind of redoing the story in such a way where it's comical in a lot of ways. and it makes it a little bit more enjoyable. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. You got anything to say about Lego Star Wars? Just real quick.
Oh man, other than the co-op thing, I mean, again, 2022, I can't believe we don't have online co-op for a game.
I think it's such a missed opportunity.
Made for co-op. That is disappointing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's a resource thing. I don't know if it's a netcode thing. I don't know if TT Games just is not set up to do it. But they should have, at this point, knowing that how big this release was, all the time that they have taken on this release, to not have co-op Lego Star Wars or any Lego game, to not be online crazy. Co-op is just, I would have thought they would have put a lot of effort to make that happen finally. Because again, I mean, I would jump in with you, Steel. I mean, I like I played all the Lego games with my kiddo. I don't play them anymore because I played them so much. I've almost picked up like the DC one, even though I'm not a superhero guy. I love the Lego series, but again, I always go, am I really going to put the time into a solo? No, but if I knew I could play online co-op with like you, hell yeah, of course I would. It would
just have a fucking ball, laugh and shit like we typically do. Like one of the things we did with fucking The Ascent. We would just poon out. We would just fucking crying about random shit throughout the fucking whole game. The Ascent, another great game. If you haven't played it, definitely play it. What else is there? I know this was something that you were definitely excited about, and I do like to bring up topics that we can kind of oppose on sometimes. So, Soul Hackers. Soul Hackers 2 by Atlus. Is this the first sign that Atlus games are starting to come to the West sooner than later? Is it signs that there is something else going on behind the scenes? Again, I can definitely speak for quite a few people out here that I would love for Xbox to acquire Sega, just because there's history there. 1, 2, I think Sega being able to be money hatted by Microsoft would do so much for Sega. And we would get a lot more of those Eastern games to come to the West a lot sooner than they do now. But I will say it was surprising seeing this re-release. I was expecting for like, oh, it's only going to be over here. But that wasn't the case on this one, which is pretty dope. But wanted to pass this off to you first because you're the main one that's like, this is an exciting thing. So how do you feel about this whole Soul Hackers 2 situation and Atlus finally releasing, looking like they're going to release more games onto the Western market, man? How does that make you feel?
Well, of course, it makes me feel good. I've been calling this forever, right? Still, this is Atlus. Them not putting games, especially with the relationship on Xbox, especially with the relationship that Xbox has with Sega, has been absolutely baffling to me. Like, it makes zero sense whatsoever. I mean, unless Sony has purchased full exclusivity for Persona 5, to not have Persona 5 on Xbox is utterly ridiculous. Now, this is a big overall topic as well, as far as Japanese developers putting traditionally Eastern style games on Xbox. People out here, I mean, we see it in this community. The circus shows up every freaking time. They did with this announcement as well, and say, but Xbox players don't buy Japanese games. Look, you can't have a fan base if you're not going to cultivate it. Okay. There is, yes, the stigma is real because back in the day, Eastern devs looked over at Xbox, a Western company, and there was a lot of cultural stuff happening in the background, as much as that's all sensitive nowadays, where, the Eastern side of devs, they can be stereotypical towards Western companies. And that's what used to happen with Microsoft, right? Microsoft was the big, bad Western company that the Eastern devs really didn't want to work with. And also from Microsoft's side, they didn't put a whole lot of effort into the Eastern devs as well. They made themselves the shooter, the dude shooter bro box for a reason, right? They knew they could capitalize on that market and they pushed it, right? And so they also did their own damage in isolating the Eastern devs and not opening up doors. However, during the 360 era, they tried and they still were rebuffed. They had to pay out of pocket a lot of money to get some exclusive games like Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, those types of games, to get those games made exclusive for Xbox. And it didn't work out the best, but you just don't stop. It takes a long time to change views on both sides, right? It does. You have to cultivate this. Now, Phil has come in with the philosophy ever since he took over that, yes, we want in on that market. Of course they do. But these devs that have seemingly been resistant to even trying, that makes no sense. And Atlus, even more so, like I started saying, with the relationship with Sega putting Yakuza into Game Pass and seeing
a big deal,
monstrous growth from a fan base that was non-existent. People in this community that have never touched a Yakuza before. Shout out to Stubbs. Shout out to Tim Dog. These people that have never touched or thought of touching a Yakuza before got a chance to try Yakuza and fell in love with those games. That's what I'm talking about, cultivating that market. You have to try, okay? And Atlus, okay, now let's put it this way. Now let's bring it let's bring it forward to right now.
Yeah.
We are getting this game from Atlus, which means a decision was made early in development cycle, which we can probably imagine was a 2-3 year dev cycle for this game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So that means that when we first started hearing about this, this real push, and Phil's been over in Japan over the past 4 years, a lot pushing. So maybe in that time frame, he did change some minds. Again, it still makes no sense to me that Persona 5 still is not hit, but the fact that this game is coming out means they made that decision. So could we finally see a shift here with Atlus specifically? Yeah, I think we could. I hope this is not a test game. We've basically gotten one Atlus game each generation, except for Xbox One, where we got none. But we got one, we got one for the original Xbox. We got another one during the 360 era, and now we're getting this one. So basically, it's pretty crazy to think about with all the Atlus catalog, but that's basically what it's been. So if they have made the decision, I'm just hoping this is not the testing game, because this is like, okay, out of Atlus games, like this is niche, okay? Because they're, like I was telling Steel in the background, there are probably some Atlus fans who don't even realize that this right here, because of the name, okay? Soul Hackers 1 was on 3DS, I want to say. It came out on 3DS, okay? Soul Hackers is actually the original spin-off Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoners. So Devil Summoners goes back to the Saturn days. I always say PS2 because nobody had the Saturn besides me and a handful of people, right? So you're not even going to know that Devil Summoner. Okay, little history for everybody. Shin Megami Tensei is what started the whole Atlus really come up. Okay, Shin Megami Tensei was huge in Japan. It slowly filtered into the West as a JRPG that everybody fell in love with. We're talking about some of the deepest themes of all. JRPGs can have really deep themes. We're talking about Bible level stuff here with Shin Megami Tensei. Okay, if you want to dive into the lore, it gets really deep and dark. Okay, so Shin Megami Tensei started it. Then they had spin-off series from Shin Megami Tensei. One of them being Persona, okay? Persona obviously blew up, really became popular in the West as the years went by. Persona 4 and again, when I say blow up, I'm not talking about your AAA 15, 20 million seller, okay? No, I'm just talking about as far as popularity with a fanatical fan base, okay? Persona 4 Golden, which has never been on console, okay, which needs to come to console. It started out on PlayStation, Vita, and then finally got ported over to PC, okay? Persona 4 Golden is what really put them on the map. Persona 5 obviously blew up. In the meantime, you got Shin Megami Tensei mainline. Then you got a spinoff with the Persona series, which kind of has become its own mainline game. And then you also had another spinoff, Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner. Okay, Devil Summoner, again, niche. Okay, niche, very niche. They changed the name to Soul Hackers, bring it out on 3DS. It remains niche. People love it, but it remains very niche. So I do not want Soul Hackers 2 to be the testing ground, because if you're expecting big sales out of this on the Xbox side,
yeah,
no, okay, you're not going to get big sales anywhere on this game. But because it's Atlus, because Atlus now has a name with Persona, you should definitely see a bump, because there's a lot of people excited, like myself, that it's finally showing up on Xbox. So you should see a bump on the Xbox side of things, because people like me are going to buy it to support this, right? To say, okay, I'm just happy you're bringing over something. I think this is going to be a great game. The animation is off the charts. There's a bunch of anime people that are excited about this game as well. It's well known in the community as well. So Soul Hackers 2 could do okay. I just hope it's not the testing one.
Hold on, because Jesse Darby's been saying some interesting things. And he just said, well, did you guys just say the developers should be able to do what they want to do? You're contradicting yourselves.
No, because I'm asking for Atlus to do it. I'm asking Atlus to do it. I've been asking for Atlus, just like I've been asking Square Enix to make sure all their games come to Xbox. I'm not demanding by any stretch of the imagination. I'm saying that if you want to cultivate a fan base on the Xbox side, you do have to try. And that's all I'm saying. And I also said that it was also Microsoft and Xbox's fault for a lot of the alienation they did early on that caused the Eastern developers never to look our way, right? So no, Jesse, not the same. I'm not dictating that a developer has to do anything. I'm asking for them to do it. And I'm saying, hey, if you want a bigger fan base and you want to sell more titles and you want to get over that stigma with Xbox, then you have to try and put your titles here. And I can't believe from a developer standpoint, you're trying to avoid those sales. But again, just like I said, with the accessibility, if you choose not to put it on Xbox platform, that's your choice. You're sacrificing the sales, right? You're sacrificing the sale, right? Same thing. If a developer chooses not to create accessibility or create an easy mode, and that means less people buy their game, that's the sacrifice they're making. Same exact same thing, same energy here, Jesse.
See, my thing with that too is that that is less, what we're talking about right now is less about the dev and more about who's publishing the game and where they want to put the game at. It's more about control than anything else. So to say that, oh, it's even similar to each other is inaccurate. Looking too deep at what we're saying to you instead of, oh, this isn't anybody. I'm not directing this at Jesse Darby. Jesse Darby's good people. Definitely check him out. He has an amazing opinions, and I definitely respect him. But to look deeper into what we are saying is not the purpose of any of what we do here. What we are saying on surface level is exactly what we're saying. Like earlier, he had a discussion. Oh, they're using the dunk thing as an example. It's not a good example because not everybody can dunk. We know that, but it's an example that makes it tailored for people to understand what we're trying to bring across. That's the whole thing about it. No, everything is not hand in hand with each other. You can't compare this to this because, we like saying this whole thing, you said the devs should do whatever they want. This is different. No matter how you try to spin that ball. Now, if it is completely up to the devs, we're not saying at any point that we're demanding that they need to do this. Just like we said with the whole accessibility thing, if they want to make more sales, this is what you're going to want to do. Or this is what we feel you should do. That's not contradicting yourself. That's bringing points up that make sense, especially when you're talking about something like Pong has stated, has been alienated or has been made to seem that it does not do well in the Western market. Although now, over the last 5 years, anime itself has become bigger than it ever has before. Anime is a main staple now in our Western market. People love it. People enjoy it more than they've ever have within the last 40 years of animation. That is a fact. We don't get these games because they are not Western style games. And more and so times than not, it's because of the publisher not sending it that way. Not necessarily because of the devs. The devs want as many people to touch the game as they want to. But this isn't an accessibility question. This is, how are more people going to be able to touch your game? Everybody has accessibility to Elden Ring. Everybody not be good at it.
Right.
that's all I want to say here, because I do notice that people tend to do that. And again, it's a human thing. Sometimes I do it and I got to sit back and say, all right, well, let me think about it a few different ways here, because everything isn't always, oh, let me pull out all the little strings in between so I can find out what you're really trying to say. I don't have to sugarcoat shit here with anybody. I speak my opinion, I speak how I feel, and I'm going to tell you what I think. That's what makes this show that we do together so unique, because we're not rehearsing this stuff. This is boom, this is how we feel. This is what we think. And I want people to understand that, because I do understand also that there are other people, shows, who placate to people, placate to an audience, pretend to be something that they're not. There's a popular show that happens every week, quite a few of them, that gets so much more attention than we could ever get, at least at this moment, where they're in the above the thousands, 5,000s, 10,000s, that are spewing BS to people that I do not agree with. And if you did a little bit of research, you'd be able to see that same thing. It's just BS. They're just saying stuff to say stuff, or they're just giving their opinion, and that's okay. But it's not to get mixed in with, oh, where people contradicting themselves. No, it's completely different, little bit of a situation. I didn't mean to get off in that tangent right there, but it's just like, again, I'm human also. When I see things like that, it does bother me, because it's like you're showing me, as much as I love to see all the conversation in the chat, and this is part of the reason why we do this, but it's showing me that you're trying to pull out certain things that aren't there. You're trying to say things that we're not saying. And if you actually were listening to what we're saying, you wouldn't be able to make that comparison. That's just me. So, my fault, Paul.
No, I agree. No, don't worry about it, brother. Hey, free flowing show. This is what we do here. No, I mean, again, I agree. Like I said, to me, if you want to take that viewpoint, I understand what you're doing and how you're connecting those dots. I understand completely you're doing. And again, love Jesse.
Yeah, if they don't do that,
always jumpy, but yeah, same point.
100%.
I'm going to tell you it's the same. I'm going to tell you it's the same energy, because I don't want a law that says every company has to bring every game everywhere. Look, we're about to see that, where the FTC may dictate that Microsoft and Xbox have to bring certain games to every platform. We may actually see that happen. I don't agree with it, but I understand why it's happening and why Xbox would be okay with it. But again, I would never say, yeah, that should be a law. Every developer has to put every game everywhere. No, I still have the option to go to buy a PlayStation if I want Persona 5, right? Yeah. Again, that's why I had PlayStation out the gate last generation, was because they offered me more things that I wanted, including JRPGs, right? So all I'm saying here is that Atlus, in 2022, with the relationship that's out there with Sega, I don't understand why they're not bringing here to cultivate a nude audience. But again, if they choose not to, like they have, so be it. That's their loss. I will say my opinion that they're losing out on a lot of sales, the same way with the accessibility issue. It's the same energy. It doesn't make any difference either way. I'm not demanding that they do anything, okay? I'm not. I just really love JRPGs. I love Atlus games, and I'd love to see them on Xbox. So yes, because currently I only own an Xbox. I would love to be able to play those games on my Xbox. Yeah. But if they choose not to, they choose not to. I have the decision to make. So no big deal. I just really hope this is the start. Like I was saying, Steel, I hope this is not the test, because this is a niche title.
Yeah, that's my other thing.
Yeah, but I think time frame wise, with like I said, projecting back with when this decision would have had to have been made, would have been early in the development process. So we're talking 2-3 years ago. That's when, prior to COVID, that Phil was over in Japan a lot talking to people. So maybe some of that movement we are now going to see going forward, where maybe some of these people resistant are you serious? Resistant to putting their games on Xbox do start to put their games on Xbox at this point. That's where I'm at, but I'm happy to see it. I will be supporting it. I'll be buying it day one. I've already reworked my budget again as I look forward. I'm projecting out these games. Again, there's so much we don't even know yet, but I am going to pick up Atlus. Just like when Danganronpa, and I talked about this a few weeks ago, when Danganronpa finally showed up, shout out to Spike Chunsoft for putting it finally on Xbox. I've been calling for the whole entire series to come, and I hope they eventually do. But Danganronpa came onto Game Pass. Guess what? I purchased that game in support of that because I want more of those Eastern style games coming over. I personally made the decision to purchase the game. I didn't go around demanding everybody do it. I just did it for me, but that's what I did. I didn't have to. It was in Game Pass. I could have saved my budget, but I chose to because I'm applauding them finally bringing over Danganronpa to Xbox, the first one at least. And I wanted to show that support. Again, for all those people out there that say Xbox players don't buy games, they just sit around and wait for Game Pass. Yeah, not true. Not true at all. So
I mean, even if that was the case, why are you mad that gamers have more of an have more options than ever before?
Right, exactly. So, Steel, I know you're not a big Atlus guy, but you kind of got your bars off there. But at the same time, as the kids like to say, sometimes I pick up words that I'm just like, God, I got it. At the same time, whatever. How do you feel about Atlus?
Again, for me, it's a very unique thing because I'm right there with wanting more Eastern style games to come over to the West because there is a market for that now, especially now. Maybe back in the day when you had to pay $60 for all your games and you were taking a bet on whatever game you were basing the game, especially Eastern style games. If you're basing it off the cover, oh, you might be thinking it's one game and it's a completely different game. You know what I mean? And now, especially in the era where there's more options, you can see gameplay, you got reviews, you got so many other things that are working in your favor. You also have a service that allows you to get access to them. For example, like Scarlet Nexus. I feel like it being in Game Pass probably did some amazing things for that, got some more eyes on it than it typically would have. And it's an amazing game. It's an opportunity that speaks to me, at least, that there may be something bigger happening towards the future. And I really hope that this opens up that consideration to that Eastern market more, to say, hey, let's really start considering the West. Let's really start putting these games here. Let's really start doing these different things, just because it's going to make it better for everyone in the long run. Now, if they end up doing it, again, like we kind of stated earlier, and if they don't end up doing that, then it is what it is. Again, they'll lose out on that, and they may not grow that. But I'm always for seeing more of particular IPs that people are interested in that probably wouldn't have gotten the light of day regardless. And then real quick, Jesse Darby says, and I don't hate on you because you got your own opinion of Pong or anybody else in the community. And no, it's none of that here. But what I'm always going to speak to is the area that I come from, and I'm always very honest on my opinions and the way that I feel about things. And again, I'm not attacking you directly, and I don't want you to feel that way. Nobody should ever feel that way. That's why I always say that, our chat is amazing because you guys have open opinions, and because we are able to look at chat, we're able to open up the conversation more and say, hey, this is what we're looking at, as where other people would be like, no, it's this or the highway. No, I mean, we're here for differing opinions. And it's the same thing with this whole Atlus situation. Differing in opinion from me is that I want them to come over. I want them to make more games on this way because it has been very one-sided. You want to force people to buy a particular console to play on that platform where it doesn't have to be that way. Now, we can say that for exclusives, we can say that for anything else, and then eventually get to a point where we're like, hey, well, what's the point of having that box if everything's going to be everywhere? At the end of the day, there's always going to be something to give you a reason, giving you a reason for the way things should be. Just Darby says, well, the one guy in chat using Jordans is a thing on the topic. It was kind of stupid because it only cost them $1 to make Jordans. They're only regular shoes. Yeah, that's a completely different thing. If we were to talk about that, yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate things happening, especially for us as Americans who don't realize a lot of the BS that happens with slave work and slave labor and things like that. Again, That's a perfect example. Making shoes for less than $5 and selling them at 100% markup.
Economic accessibility is a whole another topic for a whole different type of podcast. Okay, that's like.
But I understand. I definitely understand. I definitely understand what you're coming from. No, I don't agree with that. I don't think anybody should be able to pull politics. Yeah, I mean, exactly. We're not here to tell people what they need to be doing. I don't feel like anybody should do that. And for people to come from that angle, like, oh, you should do this. No, this is just what we would like for you to do. This is what
and you know what, Steele, I see a lot of people too on the other side. Again, there's a whole nother side to this equation. Now, where people literally, I don't care about that game, so I don't want that. I've seen that this topic comes up. I've seen this topic come up and say, oh, JRPGs are worth it. Xbox doesn't need any of those games. Stop focusing on that stuff. I've seen that in chats on panels that I've been on before where people are so, again, for me, I don't like Candy Crush. Okay. But if part of this Activision Blizzard deal is that Candy Crush comes to Xbox, cool. I'm cool with that. There are games out there that other people play, like like let's say the heavy
Fortnite.
the book. You're right, Fortnite. Like I would never say I don't want that game to come somewhere because I'm not interested in it. I want people to have the choice that wherever they play, that they can find a game that they want to enjoy. Again, I'm not going to dictate that every game has to come everywhere, but when we talk about this stuff, I would like to see other games come. Let's say heavy narrative driven games, right? That are basically they're visual novels. Novels. Okay. I don't do visual novels. Now I've played games that are sort of visual novels, right? But I have not played like visual novels. But I would never say, if there was a community out there saying, because there's a lot of visual novels that come from the East, that come from Japanese developers that we don't see over here. So if there's a group of fans out there asking for more visual novels to come because that's what they play and they want to see them on Xbox, yeah, I'm all for it. Hey, bring them on over, even though I'm not going to play them. I don't care. I just want people to be able to find the games that they want where they play them. Again, it's no different energy than anything, but I'm not going to demand it. And I'm not going to say there should be a law that says that has to happen. So I just want to see and cheer on. But there's a whole nother side that literally say, no, stop wasting your time on that stuff. We don't need those games over here. We don't need JRPGs. I don't play JRPGs. Bring me more first-person shooters. Look, that's fine. If that's all you play and that's what you want, I understand, but do not try to bring people down who are asking for something to come over. Just like I won't bring down people who ask for accessibility. The line I draw is demanding or attacking over it, or trying to create some kind of law that has to happen. That's where I draw the line on anything. Absolutely not. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. I guess the next conversation that we could definitely jump into is because again, I feel like that was extremely passionate and what is an amazing thing. We'll probably use this one to bookend it and wrap it up. And we can take it a couple of different ways depending on what you want to do, Pong. I'll get definitely want your opinion on it. There was a conversation that Jeff brought up about PlayStation Spartacus, the new tier system. I was actually shared that out. For some reason, I don't see it in our chat now, but it was just a real quick thing. From everything that we've seen from it so far, it doesn't look much different than what you're currently having now on Sony with PlayStation. Except there's going to be more games apparently that are going to be coming in. I felt like there wasn't a whole lot to at least touch on with that, but I did want to bring that up because it's a real thing. If people thought that this was not going to happen, it was a fake thing, or the service wars aren't going to start, that we're not moving from console wars to service wars, you might be slightly mistaken. The service wars are really going to be fully in effect, and that's where we're going to move into.
I just sent it to you still, by the way.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, let me actually bring this up real quick.
Yeah, because he made a pretty little graphic to go along with it.
Yeah, he did. So let me see if I can bring
Grub
this
out
up
here doing the Lord's work. I'm telling you.
Let's see if I can bring this up for the people real quick. Window cap. We want to do that's
Mav. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for dropping in. Mav?
All right.
Mr. I've died already 1,000 times in Elden Ring. It's funny if you go back and watch Mav's streams where he's streaming Elden Ring. Basically, the first night his camera wasn't working, so all you do is get his voice, and it's exactly what we hear in chat. And every 5 minutes, like, oh no, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, yeah. Mav dying over. I think Mav had died literally like 15 times before I died my first time. The first night we were playing it.
That's funny.
Love you, Mav.
Much love to you. But Jeff Grow, because he talked about it last night on his show, and Games Beat Decides. So shout out to them. Definitely check them out with him and Mike Minotti. But he says, PS Plus Essential is $10 and has monthly games like normal. Extra is $13 and gets you what seems to be downloadable library of PS Now games only. And PS Plus Premium is $16 per month and gets you cloud streaming, classic games, and game trials. Again, if you use that in comparison to what your competitor is doing, it doesn't seem to be very enticing. But we'll know what actually ends up coming out of this when they announce it. I hope that it's going to be a lot more than this, but this could be beneficial for a lot of different people. But as you see the graphic here, you see how it's broke down and everything, and then you see the different prices and everything. Again, there's not too much to really speak on as far as this goes until we get more information of it, but at least from someone who is very informed by the industry, I should say, has connections and everything else, for him to come out with something like this and also add in a graphic with it shows that this may be the way that they're going. And I don't know how beneficial this can end up being. Pong, do you have any feelings about this, or do you just want to kind of drop it and say, oh,
God, Steel, look, we've talked about this many times, right? And we've talked about what Sony could do, what they need to do to attempt. Again, it's never going to be 1-for-1 with Game Pass. They just don't have the resources to do that. I understand that. Everybody who's discussed it, at least in all the podcasts, including this one, and you, Steel, understand that as well. I don't think I've heard anybody say, well, yeah, it's going to go toe-to-toe with Game Pass. Right. No, it's not going to go toe-to-toe with Game Pass. But this ain't it, okay? this ain't it. And look, Clown Show already out here. Steel, we talked about this too, man.
Right.
Clowns in their full makeup and their squeaky shoes and their squirty flowers. Look, they already out here capping for this.
Oh,
again,
God.
as the kids say, another one of the words I don't like, but whatever. Everybody uses it and everybody understands it. Capping for this garbage, trying to say that this is good. This ain't good. Okay, $16 a month for game trials, demos, and the old back catalog that you already got with PS Now. Yeah, it sounds like you're going to be able to download them, which is a thumbs up. Yeah. We talked about it. That was one of the big things Sony was going to have to do. But for $16 a month, $1 more than Game Pass Ultimate, you get game trials, you get demos of games. That ain't it, man. You aren't going to cut that. And I know that this isn't finalized, like you said, Steel. I believe there's probably going to be third-party deals that they cut. Right? We just saw they're getting Samurai Warrior 3, Shadow Warrior 3. Excuse me, Samurai.
Yeah,
God,
Samurai Warrior.
Ring on my head. Yeah, Shadow Warrior 3. They are putting that into day and date into PS Now. First time that they've had Among Us show up in PS Plus day and date, but that was the only other game that they've done that with, and they're throwing that one into PS Now. So they are definitely testing the waters. So I expect third-party deals to also be included in this, where with PS Plus Premium, you're going to get those third-party day and date titles. So I do expect them to add that. Now, to what degree, I have no idea. Right. But this right here, face value, looking at Grubb's beautiful little Excel graphic that he put together here, this ain't it, man. $16 a month, you're asking. Again, your rabid fan base will be cool with this. I've already seen it from some high-profile Sony dudes saying, "Oh, this is good. This is good. This is great." This ain't it, man. You're not going to draw in the crowd you think you're going to draw in. You're not going to keep people subscribed monthly to this. What you're going to have with this is let's say, I don't even know how this is going to work because they're going to have to discount. Look, I got to assume they're going to discount their new games that they drop in there as demos, right? We're assuming this is first party demos, right? So God of War Ragnarok comes out, right? You're paying for PS Plus Premium. You're going to get we'll just go with the EA way, a 10-hour trial of God of War Ragnarok, right? All your save will carry over, right. All that kind of stuff. Your progression will carry over, all that good stuff, okay? You're going to have to discount God of War Ragnarok for your PS Plus Premium members. But then you run into a problem where people are just subscribing for PS Plus Premium for that 1 month to demo your game and then potentially buy it at a discount. There's no value there. There's no value there. Yeah, the old game catalog is good. And again, I agree with that. You get some people hanging around for that just have access to that library at all times, because there's plenty of people on the PlayStation side, just like on the Xbox side, who enjoy backwards compatibility and like to go back and play old games. And they have an incredible library of old games. Okay. So you will have that base, but to bring new people in to continuously subscribe monthly to this, you're not going to hold. You're going to be bleeding customers, gaining customers, bleeding customers, gaining customers, depending on how you do this with this right here. It's got to have more to it, Steel. It's got to have more to it. This is not going to work. They're going to roughly wind up with the same amount of subscribers as they have right now at the end of the day with going with this model. And they actually have the potential to lose some by trying to push people to that $16 mark out the gate, because basically all you're doing is, for $16, you're basically getting PS Plus and PS Now combined price point wise, right? $15 a month is basically what that costs right now, somewhere in there. So you're asking them to pay $1 more to be able to download old games, but you're basically and add some game demos. It's not going to work, man. You're adding streaming. Yeah, great. But what's your streaming going to look like? You don't have the infrastructure that Microsoft does. Even if you're using Azure servers, I doubt you have your server blades as PS5s, like Xbox has theirs as Series X consoles, right? I doubt they've upgraded that. Maybe they have, but your streaming isn't going to be great. I don't know, man. Not enough for me. Not enough for me. Not enough value.
Again, that's my biggest thing for me. Again, that's why I'm playing more so, to the point that I do want to see more information come out to see what they're going to do with it. Again, it could be beneficial to them for those who are already invested in that ecosystem, but at the same time, too many new games coming out that you have to offer people something else. You have to give them another reason to want to invest. And I'm not saying that they have to do it exactly like Game Pass, but at the same time,
no, you can't.
Game Pass.
I mean, they could.
They could, but
I don't think they're ready to do that. It's going to be and this isn't a final form. Again, this is just a starting point. But even as a starting point, I was expecting to see a little something more in here. Again, I do expect some third-party deals to be announced that are going to drop with this as well. That can definitely and I think that could be okay to start out, but they're going to have to quickly figure out how they're going to keep people stuck in, around, continuously subscribed, because that's the only way subscription services work. We already seen this with Netflix. You have to continue to have people. Yeah, exactly. With Microsoft as well. That's the only way it works.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it with Xbox right now, man. I mean, it's hard to continuously grow that, even though they have good growth. Again, they weren't planning on hitting the mark that they've hit as soon as they've hit it with Game Pass at this point. But even now, unless you have content that's constantly dropping in, it's going to stagnate out a bit. And it's harder to get people into those third-party titles or whatever the case, second-party titles or whatever the case, because they're not well known. People jump into an ecosystem for bigger games. And I mean, again, PlayStation has the sachet for it. They have the brand loyalty for it. So they have a lot that could play to their advantage, and I would love to see them use a lot of that to their advantage. Why? Because it's going to create so much competition that Xbox is going to look back over and say, all right, well, y'all using your brand loyalty, let's see what else we could do to be a little bit more aggressive. And again, if $70 billion, Microsoft's biggest acquisition of all time in company history, wasn't big enough for you, I don't know what else is to let you know that they're really looking into how to give you more bang for your buck, but also make money on the back end. Because again, they're companies, man. They got to make that money. They got to see some return on their investment. And I think they have the plan for that and everything in hand. But it's again, there's more rumors coming out of it. When it comes from Jeff Grubb, I feel like I personally think he's a reliable source. Trust his information. He gives good information. I've even researched some of the things that he said. I've come up with some of the same things. So it's like, I have to take his words as face value, and I feel like he's a respectable source. So when he brings something like this up, I definitely want to mention it at least because it's an interesting thing. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out.
Absolutely.
I guess the next thing to get into, we talked about this a little bit last night. There's a couple things because the Steam Deck is doing well. I haven't done a lot of research that I would want to do as far as the Steam Deck goes. But there is that rumor real quick that there could be possibly a team up happening between, because news just came out, and this is coming from Gaming Bolt, posted by you said, excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. It just came out today that Valve is more than happy to help Microsoft integrate Xbox Game Pass with Steam, says CEO Gabe Newell. And I'm just going to go a little bit into it, and we can give a little bit of our opinions on it. In a recent statement issued to PC Gamer, Valve CEO Gabe Newell talked about a potential competitor to Xbox Game Pass to accompany its latest hardware release, the highly anticipated Steam Deck. During the interview, Newell also talked about helping Microsoft put Game Pass on Steam. While Newell quickly denied any plans of developing a Steam Game Pass, Valve is more than willing to integrate Xbox Game Pass for PC with Steam, so subscribers are able to download their games directly through Steam storefront, much like how's the case with EA Play. He goes on to say, I don't think a Game Pass equivalent is something that we would need to do ourselves. Building a subscription service at this time, Newell said, but for their customers, it's clearly a popular option, and we'd be more than happy to work with them to get that on Steam. We talked to people where there are quite a bit about that topic. Newell added, if your customers want it, then you should figure out a way to make it happen. That's where we're at. And the biggest reason I wanted to kind of bring this up is because that's an important thing, man. Again, there's no telling how this is going to end up turning out. There's been excellent reviews said about the actual Steam Deck itself. I'm actually going to pull this up on screen so you guys can see where this is coming from. But there's been a lot of excellent news said about this. But the Steam Deck itself is doing really well. People are saying amazing things about it. It's an amazing thing for a handheld PC. Again, for something that's an all-in-one that you're going to have a lot of versatility in. It's going to be a modder's dream. I think that this is going to be a real jumping in point for it. The other thing too is that there is still a lot more work that needs to be done. Linus Tech Tips, another valuable resource that I like to go to just because I feel like Linus comes from a standpoint because he is in the industry. I don't agree with all his points, but because he's right there in the middle of it, in the thick of it, I do listen to him for his tech analysis and things like that. And he did an awesome breakdown for the Steam Deck itself. Definitely check that out. They do still have a lot more things to work on, but for where we're at and to get people enticed, like a mobile device for gaming, like a mobile PC has something that the market has constantly been trying to break into. But if you do your research on it, it's like $800+ for you to jump into the starting point for one. And the performance on those aren't the greatest either. Where we're seeing with Steam Deck, it seems to have everything there, where you can get good playtime in, you got full access to your Steam library, you're getting the potential to have, again, Windows PC fully on a mobile device, and just knowing how that opens up the potential. There's so much that could be done here, and it gets me excited. Is it for me? No. I am not into mobile gaming like that. I mean, yes, I'm playing Arceus right now, but even that I've kind of fell off, at least at the moment, because I am playing other games. I'd rather play Elden Ring than that right now. But if I find myself on the go, like when I go pick up my daughter from her school or whatever the case, and I'm sitting there for 45 minutes because, you know, there's a line and you want to make sure you're in a good place. Yeah, I'm gonna whip out. I'm gonna take the Switch with me so I can get a little game time in to kind of go from there. And it can be convenient for those who are interested in it. How do you feel about this whole Steam Deck thing? Especially with getting news today that Valve is more than happy, quote unquote, to help Microsoft integrate Xbox Game Pass with Steam.
Oh, we talked about this. Uncle Gabe knows the deal. Uncle Phil knows the deal. I think they've been talking about this for a very long time. I've seen people say, I don't see this happening. I see it happening all the way. I think this has been something that's been planned. We know Phil got one of the early editions of Steam Deck long before they were ever out in the public, because him and Gabe have been hanging out together. And Gabe's the relationship between Gabe and Microsoft has been mended to a certain degree. Gabe has gotten very friendly towards Xbox recently, lead up to the series console launches.
Yeah.
And this is perfect. This is everything. Now, again, could Xbox internally have plans for their own handheld? Certainly, we've heard rumors that they've been fooling around with one. We know that a streaming type stick or something of that nature is coming probably later this year. We've definitely heard rumblings about that. So portability, this is just accessibility, is all about what Phil is looking for right now. He wants Game Pass on as many devices as possible. He has made that statement time and time again to reach 2 billion, 3 billion people. That is what needs to happen. Steam Deck, from all the reviews, again, we'll wait and see how niche this item is. If it actually with later iterations as they come out with new versions, or as the cost starts to come down, as it always happens with tech, maybe Steam Deck becomes this big thing. Jeff Grubb's saying it's the best portable PC ever, right? It's the best gaming PC, I think he flat out said, because of the portability and how it's playing these games right now. Because again, resolution, you're going to look at the resolution numbers and go, ew. But on that small screen, it don't matter. It does not matter at all. The fact that it can run God of War 2018 at a good clip.
Crazy.
That's
60,
crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Even if the resolution's knocked down, I think it was 720 or something like that. It doesn't matter. On that screen, it doesn't matter. So this could be the next big thing. Again, you were just talking about Steel. It's Linux based. So because of Linux based, it's got a bunch of emulators already downloaded on it, right? So like you can legitimately, and that we're not even, we're still not even talking about homebrew or people who are going to get in here and mod this thing out and what you're going to be able to do. And that's not going to be for everybody. But what I'm saying is, out the box, it's already very user friendly according to everybody who has tried it. They said that it has been seamless to jump into this game and start playing your Steam library. So you add Game Pass to that. Well, now you've got your handheld. And originally when Steam Deck was announced, we talked about it here, Steel. We talked about it elsewhere. If Xbox internally does not want to jump back into the handheld market, if they look at the landscape and say, we've got mobile phones and plenty of options there, and we don't need to jump back into the handheld, because the handheld market is a cutthroat business. It is very hard to get any kind of traction into it, especially with something like the Switch dominating. Then we talked about it. Why not partner up with Valve? Heck, you could even do a special deal and once they get ramped up. And of course, we all know that, chipsets and everything else, even the lesser chipsets, are very hard to come by. So Steam Deck isn't going to be fully ramped up. We've seen people's reservations being pushed back by Valve now. Some people were expecting their first quarter. Steam Deck is now getting pushed to Q2 already. But once they get wrapped up in full production, why not cut a deal with Steam and brand it the Xbox Steam Deck, have Game Pass preloaded on there, and that's your handheld. You've got a Xbox branded Steam Deck. You could do it. Gabe would be open to it. And even if he's not, just the simple fact that he's saying, hey, no problem. We'll help you get Game Pass over here. It's a win-win. Again, Gabe knows the popularity of Game Pass is growing nonstop. if he can say to all the Steam Deck potential buyers out there, oh, by the way, not only do you have access to your Steam library, you're also going to have access to your Game Pass library, because guess what? It's ready to rock and roll out the box. That is just another feature to add to the selling points. So it's a win-win. Microsoft gets more accessibility, having Game Pass on another device that seems to be right now, again, initial reviews, cost, yeah, it's expensive, but there is there's a population out there that goes and buys the latest and greatest tech too. They get the win by having Game Pass on another device that can promote it, and Gabe gets it as another selling point for his actual Steam Deck out the box. I think this is a great idea. I hope this is something that they have been working on behind the scenes. That's why Gabe is coming out here and saying it without saying, yeah, Game Pass is coming.
Right.
He's signaling, hey, yeah, no, we're willing to help them put Game Pass over here, knowing full well that him and Phil have already had those conversations, right? And that this is something that's coming down the road. It just makes too much sense. I mean, I don't know where the loss is. I don't on either side. I don't know what wouldn't be gained from having Game Pass available on Steam Deck. So do it. Great deal. Like I said, I love this relationship. I love that Gabe has seemingly mended those fences with the Microsoft, because because it's new Microsoft, right? This is not the Microsoft of old that Gabe left on bad terms, right? This is not that Microsoft. Everybody's changed, got all new faces. Phil and him seem to get along very well. I'm sure Gabe gets along with Satya's new vision as well. It's a much more friendly, open company versus the old days.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is something that's really cool, because like you said, Steel, we've been in speculation town before, brother. The long-term plan, when Gabe wants to walk away, first in line is going to be Satya with the money bag going. Oh yeah. What do you guys think?
That's a direct foothold in your PC market. Oh, and you have so many people who would definitely jump on that, because Steam, I'll be honest, as someone who also plays on PC, I mean, I don't have now. It's two-sided. I don't have near the issues anybody else has as far as the Xbox store goes or the Microsoft store goes. Nowhere close. Now, have I had issues with it? Yes. Is Steam better? Yes. But, and I just feel like that would be such an advantage for them to have. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, it'd be huge.
I'm going to kick this one off, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. But this is going to be the last and final topic before we get into the This Day in Gaming segment. Awesome. And you already know, if you don't know, if you haven't been paying attention, again, we kind of hinted at it in the beginning, because we have been talking about it on and off the last few weeks, however you want to post that. And that is going to be Call of Duty will reportedly skip an annual release for the first time in 20 years. Now, this is going to be coming from you from the Video Game Chronicles. So let me see if I can get that article up there. There it is. Boom. BGC, as they like to call themselves. 2023's game will reportedly be pushed back following poor sales of Vanguard. Now, again, people are saying they're of a couple minds as this kind of discussion happens. I've been hearing a lot of people say that, oh, well, this is already something that was in the works and they already saw this happening, and this has nothing to do with them being acquired by Microsoft. And you could be full well right. I would hope that any smart person would be able to look at their IP and be like, damn, man, maybe we're cannibalizing ourselves. But the problem for me is that if EA hasn't realized it yet, then it's hard for me to believe that a company like Activision, who has been riding on Call of Duty, especially after it's become this phenomenon, because let's face it, Call of Duty is now like the biggest IP in existence as far as like, especially console gaming goes, that it's hard for me to think that, oh man, maybe that they all were already doing this. Because if that's the case, then Madden should be doing the same thing. Or Take-Two should be doing the same thing with 2K. Like, and they're not. They're still reiterating on these concepts. So for me to think that Activision was like, oh yeah, we see it. No, when you're making billions of dollars year over year, I don't know if you see it. I think you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna make our sales. These microtransactions, they're doing their thing. No, I think what you tried to do, and again, this is just me, is trying to save face as they're making this transition. Like they've been in touch here within the last decade, when obviously they haven't. Because if you were in touch, you would have said, okay, well, at least to me, the thing that would have made more sense is say, hey, let's not cannibalize our own games. Hey, Treyarch, how about you wait to put out your game? Well, let's give us an additional year. You polish your game up some more. We want it to be the perfect game. We want it to be the best it can be. Or, hey, Treyarch, how about another 2 years? Or, hey, Sledgehammer, instead of you helping us with this Call of Duty, we'll call you in maybe on the back half in our last year. We're gonna take another 2 years to really work on this to make sure it's the best game that it can be. We want to advance the multiplayer. We want to advance the story. Now, the story thing could be debatable. Again, I know Call of Duties have been doing really well as far as their story modes go, but again, let's face it, we live in a multiplayer society. People play Call of Duty for the multiplayer more so than they do anything else. The story is an add-on, but that's not what people are looking at. And the biggest issue for me with Call of Duty and why I don't take Call of Duty seriously anymore is because Call of Duty has not evolved. Call of Duty is boring. At least the multiplayer side of it. It is extremely straight to the point. They still can't get their spawn systems right. You can still easily spawn camp people. Like, there's so many things that need to be adjusted in this game that have been an issue. Connection has been an issue that still has not been addressed. Now, are some games better than others? Hell yeah. I can definitely say that. This most recent Modern Warfare, it's been a lot better. But when cheating is a number one deterrent from your game, like it is in Call of Duty, especially in Warzone. Now, again, I haven't played Warzone in a minute, so it might have gotten a lot better. But when cheating is one of your number one aspects, and I'd say the same thing to Halo, say the same thing to 343. When it's one of your number one aspects, and you're not dumping money to make sure that this is not an issue for you, now you can't avoid everything. Because humans are humans, and people who are good at that shit are going to find a way around everything. It is what it is. People have been cheating since the beginning of gaming. We were just talking about cheat codes and everything else earlier. There's always a way to get around something. But there are things to let me know that you at least take it seriously. You're working on it. You know it's an issue. You're having open discussions about it. And I can give them a little bit of a pass over these last 2 years, going into 3 years, for this whole pandemic because of, well, one, I feel like QA testers should get paid more. Again, you have these people working dumb hours to test this game for you. Again, yeah, it can be an open conversation about, hey, well, you're just playing games or whatever the case. But you want people to be able to test your games, work out all the bugs, get all the issues out and everything else. But bring it back to the main point. It's hard for me to say, to believe that, this is something they were doing anyway, when I just hadn't seen anything on it before. Nothing to at least point me in that direction. Whereas now, after this Microsoft deal, now that you have a backing, now that you have money coming in, that you don't have to worry about, we got to use Call of Duty. If we don't do it yearly, I don't know if it's going to be good for us. So now where you have all the financial backing that you need, then now, it's convenient that now you're coming out, let's delay it. Yeah, let's push it out. That's super convenient to me. Now, I'm not saying like it's a bad thing, because to me, Activision Blizzard coming into Microsoft is the greatest thing that could have happened to Activision. Why? Because Activision could have the BioWare effect right now, where we do not know what the hell BioWare is going to do coming into their next game. Everybody is fearful what Dragon Age 4 is going to end up being. Everybody is fearful of what the next Mass Effect could end up being. Look what would happen to Anthem. that is going to be the most disappointing game to me of all time. You had an idea, you had a base for a game that could have done so well. Anthem is still, like, if that game was getting proper support, I would definitely be playing that game because that's my fantasy. I got a mech, I'm in an Iron Man suit. You brought that vision to life. You had everything there. But you dropped the ball for whatever reason. Whether it was funding, whether it was taking too long to get to it, whether your pub didn't see the vision in it, whatever the case, you dropped the ball. So now in the future, it's very questionable about what kind of game that you're going to put out, because we know that you're not the BioWare of old. You're not the BioWare that put out MDX. You're not the BioWare that put out the old Mass Effect trilogy that I now played for the first time this past year, was able to play all three in succession and say, damn, the BioWare that made this game, these games are fucking, they're magicians. Because I don't know how they did half the shit. To have a game that carries on their story through every iteration and every decision that you make matters, and for it to be in depth, and the character development is super deep, the exploration is off the chain, every mission that you do is meaningful and it touches you in a way that you don't get in very many games. If that's not what we're going to get in future iterations of their titles, obviously it wasn't an Anthem. There's touches of it in Dragon Age Inquisition. If that's not what we're going to get, it makes me worry about that. Whereas like with Activision, y'all have been doing all right this whole time. The only thing is, you've had stipulations, you've had BS going on in the back office, which is the number one thing that needs to get addressed. And then you were cannibalizing your own product. You've been doing this. It's like, I never understood, why did you change it? It was fine the way that it was before. 2 years getting a Call of Duty title. It felt different. Black Ops, from Modern Warfare to Black Ops, felt like completely two different games. Or when you go to the next Infinity War, if it felt like a completely different game. Or is that what it's called? Not Infinity War is who made it, but Infinite Warfare. Excuse me, that's the name. Infinity War.
I was wondering where you go with that.
Infinite Warfare. It felt like a different title. Not everybody liked it.
Yeah,
but it was a different title. Ghost felt completely different. Those games felt different because they had time in between them. Now, I don't feel like the little bit of time that they put in it was enough. So I feel like Call of Duty itself, we should get a Call of Duty title. Call of Duty. Every 3 years. 1 every 3 years. So 2 Call of Duties every 6 years. The reason being for that is because you show people that you're invested for the long run. Again, quote unquote, long run. We see games doing the 10-year plan like Destiny has. And this recent story that they put out, it's amazing. It's like, it reminds me of Taken King. But neither here nor there. But I feel like that would cause people, especially in this era of microtransactions, where all those purchases that you make in those 3 years feel so much more beneficial. They carry you so much further. And by the time that 3rd year is up, you're ready for a new Call of Duty experience. You're ready for a new Call of Duty story. You're ready for multiplayer. Even though they offer the same game modes, but you're ready for something that feels like it's the next step up. Where you see those graphical changes, and it feels just a little bit more tighter than the previous title did. And I feel like that's more important than cannibalizing, as they've now realizing, quote unquote, that they're doing. So I'm gonna bring up a few quotes out of this article, and I'm gonna pass it off to you, Pong. Again, Activision has reportedly decided to delay its next year Call of Duty game, thus marking the first time in nearly 20 years it skipped an annual release. That's according to Bloomberg, which claims the company decided to push back the release of the new Treyarch-led game after last year's Vanguard failed to meet expectations. I wonder why. But leading some executives to believe that they're introducing new versions too rapidly. Like, do y'all get how that doesn't make sense to me? Oh, now you... No, anyway. Activision is reportedly working on other projects to fill the gap next year, including a steady stream of additional content for this year's premium COD game and a new free-to-play online title. Again, you're adding more work, but it's neither here or there. A spokesperson for Activision told VGC, "We have an exciting slate of premium and free-to-play Call of Duty experiences for this year, next year, and beyond. Reports of anything otherwise are incorrect. We look forward to sharing more details when the time is right." It was recently officially confirmed that this year's Call of Duty release will be a sequel to 2019's Modern Warfare reboot, developed by Infinity Ward. Activision is also working on a new iteration of the Battle Royale game Warzone. So, Pong, I also introduced this. It's from Matt Piscatella, because this is kind of where all this is steamed from, because originally IGN dropped it. They were like, hey, Call of Duty game is planned for 2023, has reportedly been delayed to 2024, potentially making the first year Activision has released a new mainline story entry. Matt Piscatella kind of goes on to this was kind of what's steamed up all this extra stuff behind it. He's a known guy. He was big back in the day, and he's known for being accurate in some forms, but not all the time. But he goes on to say this will be a huge blow to retail and to the premium gaming segment as a whole. Would also accelerate the shift away from premium releases where consumers purchase upfront to games supported by sales of DLC microtransactions. Not sure that acceleration could be slowed afterwards. He then goes on to say subscription spending growth already turning exponential and recurring spending already becoming majority of spend on consoles. This will basically cause a leap forward in those trends, big repercussions possible if true. So, using it as a springboard, Pong, how do you feel about this entire situation? Is this kind of going to be work against them, as he's kind of hinting at Matt Piscatella himself, or do you agree more so along this is something that they need, kind of like we have also spoke on again? This is exactly what we were looking for from them. How do you kind of feeling about it?
Okay, first of all, shout out to Doom Reaper's friend who is still playing Ghosts after all these years.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, wow, Doom. Hey, props off to that man. That man is loyal to the end. That was a PS4 launch. Oh my God, that is so ridiculous. And it wasn't well received. Anyways, look, Matt Piscatella, first of all, his quotes are more concerning. He's an analyst now. He's been in the industry for a long time. He's an analyst, and he analyzes the retail chain side of things. So his quotes, and he confirmed it later on to somebody else, because Mav and I were going back and forth in the DMs about this too, because if you just read his quotes, not knowing what context he's coming from, you would take it as if he's speaking on the franchise itself. Now he's actually speaking as far as the retail chain side and the sales go. And what he's trying to attempt to say, which isn't perfectly worded because he's using inside speak, inside words. So one of the first things we learn in retail and sales and finance is not to use industry words, because they can be mistaken by customers who don't understand what they mean. So he's talking about the premium. When he says premium, he's talking about that one upfront $60, $70 game sale, with, some microtransactions. Obviously, Call of Duty has microtransactions, versus a games as a service, free to play style model like Warzone that you can jump into anytime, and it's still but it's monetized, to all hell. And what he's saying is that because Call of Duty is so big and so popular, and that it's such a gigantic force in the retail side, sales side of things, that going to this model would dramatically change the landscape, because retailers rely on a Call of Duty yearly sale. And what would happen is, without that yearly purchase, the customer base that normally does buy that Call of Duty every single year would, in the interim, or could be in the interim, pushed to play more of that Warzone and whatever this new free-to-play model game that they are working on to go along with it is going to be. It could push that customer base into that space, and then their spending habits would change because of that, because they would not be spending that yearly $70 on a Call of Duty full release. They would spend a lot of that money in the digital side of things, which would in turn have that ripple effect to retail sales. Okay. So that's where Piscatella is coming from. But as far as this goes, we have spoken on this plenty of times on the Call of Duty. One of the first initial thoughts I had with the Activision Blizzard acquisition announcement was, what if they do move Call of Duty to something like a biannual or an every 3 year release cycle? And what was interesting, and Steele talked about this, and I have a different take on it, whether or not Activision was actually having these internal talks prior to Microsoft and Xbox coming in with an acquisition. I think they were. And I think what was interesting is almost immediately after the acquisition, some of the first interviews that Phil had was his famous "let's go" comment in one of the articles, talking about looking at all the IP, the dormant IP that Activision Blizzard has, and be able to go talk to these other studios within Activision Blizzard and to see what they were interested in working on. Now, I found it crazy that Phil was coming out so soon after the announcement and talking about that himself. But it now makes sense, because they would have seen the roadmap when they were doing the acquisition talks. They would have had access to Activision Blizzard's roadmap to see what kind of the future held. Well, it's certainly possible. I'm not saying 100%. None of us will ever know. Again, this is just us speculating, because we'll never have, we'll not be privy to those inside talks. But what I'm saying is, normally what happens, just like the ZeniMax deal, they got to see the roadmap. So Phil would have seen the roadmap that Call of Duty was already going to skip a year, because Activision had already determined internally they wanted to do that for the exact reasons they came out and said, which was cannibalizing themselves. So if that's the case, that's why Phil would have already had the idea in his head, well, hell, if they're not going to do Call of Duty every year, these other studios don't need to be on Call of Duty, and we can go ahead and shift them to other IP. So he was already getting excited about that. That's the way I take it. Again, just speculation town all over the place. None of us will ever know for sure, but that makes sense to me why Phil had those comments so early on after the acquisition. So I think this may have been something they were internally planning, right? And so I think that, obviously, her dog, his outro coming, and Steele went for dinner. Yeah, no, Steele went to the bathroom, and hopefully he's not talking to us from there. No. Anyways, no. Okay, all right. Anyways, so I think internally, this plan could have been in place, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Everybody on the outside has been asking for Call of Duty to take a break. Okay, it's time. Like Steele had great points about how it used to feel fresh all the time. And again, this was one of the other points I made about the acquisition when we started talking about the exclusivity of Call of Duty.
Right.
If they were already planning on going to a biannual, triannual release with Call of Duty, and it was no longer going to be that yearly production, which Activision heavily relied on as far as a money from a money perspective. If that was already in the works, or if Microsoft Xbox were to make that decision, the exclusivity for Call of Duty decreases in value, because the overall franchise, I'm not talking about revenue here, because they're going to continue to make a ton of revenue. What I'm talking though about is about the importance of that exclusivity lessens if you're going to do that, because then Warzone and whatever this free-to-play new game is, which is what Piscatella is talking about from a retail sales standpoint goes,
right,
that becomes your focal point, which it already kind of has, but
100%.
they're moving more towards that model. That's why this acquisition makes so much sense. Again, we're only talking about Call of Duty here. there's so much more to this acquisition. This is a 20-year. Microsoft and Xbox are looking at 20-year plan with this. That's why they don't care about conceding that certain titles will stay multi-plat. They have zero issue with that because that's short-term view. Yeah, they're looking at this long term. But since we're here and we're talking about Call of Duty, that's why this acquisition makes so much more sense, is because that model lines up perfectly with Xbox and Game Pass. It lines up 100% perfect with that. It does not matter if it's multi-plat. Okay, it's going to serve Xbox and the Game Pass subscription model so much better if they are moving Call of Duty in that direction. Now, Mav and I speculated on PM and the PM on Thursday. I brought this up because this is the idea. Again, I haven't dove completely into all the talk, but I obviously I know enough and I've read enough here. But my mind kind of flipped, Steel. What if Call of Duty is eventually moving towards a campaign-only release, a mainline campaign once every 2 to 3 years? But in the meantime, you've got Warzone, the Battle Royale. You've got whatever this other free-to-play model is that they're going to try, and they said it's something different. What happens if you also throw multiplayer just becomes free-to-play like Halo Infinite? And your Call of Duty multiplayer is always available. It's an ever-expanding games as a service free-to-play model, which they just continuously update. Right? You could have all the different types, like you were just talking about, Steel. Every Call of Duty used to feel different, right? Yeah. It kind of stagnated. So once they move to this model and you've got different areas where you can play different versions, or like Battlefield's Portal, and I know everybody's hating on Battlefield right now, or you got you've got a Portal model for Call of Duty where you have access to reimagined maps from all the old Call of Duties in there that you can play. And they continuously do, let's say, my idea was seasons. Mav said just kind of have open areas open kind of all the time, not to fragment the player base, but just to give people different kind of ways to play as they want to. But my idea was almost like seasons, like you have a Black Ops season.
Yeah.
It's focused on the Black Ops version of Call of Duty because that feels different, right, from a Modern Warfare. Then you have a Modern Warfare season, and you rotate those throughout the year, expanding, adding new maps, bringing in the old revision maps, and all of a sudden now you have a living Call of Duty multiplayer sitting right next to your Battle Royale and Warzone and sitting right next to whatever this free-to-play is. But Call of Duty multiplayer always is evolving. How cool would that be to have that sitting there? And then once every 2 to 3 years, you launch a brand new single player, full blown campaign that everybody gets to enjoy based upon some story. And then you have maps from that story drop into this games as a service multiplayer. Right?
See, I like that. And I like that idea mainly because before it seemed like they were in competition with each other.
Right.
Whether it was Treyarch or Infinity Ward or whoever else got involved. It felt like there was competition, which is why people got excited. I've always been more of an Infinity Ward fan because they've always got it right. But not to say all the games are perfect, but they typically get it right. But there seemed like there was competition there. Was it with friendly competition, whatever the case? It seemed like a lot more than that back in the day, even though they were under the same house. Whereas now, you're blatantly not in competition with each other anymore. So that makes complete sense of going a season pass route, making multiplayer forever accessible, making Warzone 2, if that's going to be, if the rumors on that is true, it's only going to be next gen only, and you got whatever the case may be, make that fully accessible. And then, you get those stories every season. That would be dumb dope. And then what you're doing, you're combining the two together and helping each other create these off-the-chain experiences. It's not just one team versus which I'm probably sure they were going hand in hand, helping each other out anyway.
Yeah, they were.
Of course they were. But at the same time, if it's not going to be competition, seem like competition anyway, you might as well just combine forces, get everybody together. No, it just doesn't have, you guys can become one studio if you want to be, or if you want to keep it separate, say you're teamed up with each other, and just make Call of Duty the best it can possibly be. Because that's at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Yep.
If you
and you
do
have
it,
people constantly invested in that ecosystem,
ready to spend money,
ready to spend, whether it was skins over in the multiplayer side, whether it was skins in Warzone, you could eventually combine the two so skins could transfer. So that would entice people even more to spend money saying, hey, if I buy something here, I could use it over in Warzone. Sweet. Even better, right? You could do so many different things to keep that ecosystem going, but why not at this point? Again, yeah, it was a gigantic moneymaker for Activision. And yes, that yearly release at full price was a huge moneymaker. And people are going to say, yeah, but you spent $70 billion. Why would you give up that upfront money? Because long term, it's not about that long term. And for Microsoft and Xbox, of course, money matters. But if you're looking 10, 15, 20 years down the road,
it's irrelevant.
That's totally different, right? It's a completely irrelevant. You turn Call of Duty into a living, breathing space like they have with Warzone. You turn their multiplayer into an ever-expanding kind of universe, part of that metaverse that Xbox is trying to get to at some point. Satya himself has talked about it. Yeah. Why not start with one of the biggest franchises out there in video game history and do it? And create this living experience where people can just jump in as they please, spend money as they please on this ecosystem. Bro, that's a big win in my book right there. That's a big potential right there. I just, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Again, like, this is the point that we've gotten to. When titles have been around for too long, this is the problem that you face. Like with the sports titles, it's like that with Call of Duty. It's like that with Halo. It's like that with Destiny. Bungie does not want to make a Destiny 3. They will if they need to, but they do not want to. That's why their games have these 10-year plans. Why not just update the game that you have, make it better year over year, and create an experience that people could jump into? It's crazy because, you know, Facebook tried to come out with the whole metaverse thing first, saying it's all virtual reality space, where Microsoft is really taking the reins on the term and making it more so for IPs. Oh, this IP has a metaverse. You just jump into it. You have access to everything. Multiplayer, campaign, Warzone, whatever you want. Skins carry over into everything. That is the perfect experience for all of that. All of it. And that would be an amazing thing to see. Again, this could be another one of those scenarios to where maybe we see it. Yeah. And they don't see it yet. But it's obviously they do. Yeah. Because of what they're working towards. Now, obviously, it's not that close because they're still trying to keep them separate.
Yeah. And it's going to be it's going to be a time period of blending and just like Forza, exactly. Just like all these big franchises.
Whatever the case may be, stop reiterating these games. Stop it. You can't, there's only so many numbers. Gran Turismo 10 with an X does not sound good to me. Just call it Gran Turismo. Forza Horizon 16 doesn't sound great to me. Just Forza Horizon. The Forza Horizon, call it the Forza Horizon universe. Call it the Call of Duty universe. Call it that sounds pretty dope. CODU. Wow, these games now have their own universe. That sounds like such an amazing idea to me that can really be capitalized on, and that they would make so much more money because people would be willing to invest.
Correct.
Where you get your hardcore, quote unquote, enthusiasts like me, who, yes, when I get these games, all that stuff sounds enticing, but if I know I'm gonna get another game next year, I'm not going to spend the money for that cosmetic item. That makes no sense.
Right.
Because I know I'm gonna lose it.
Right.
So,
and Shizno, exactly. That's exactly what they're doing with Halo Infinite. So I use that as an example. Microsoft and Xbox are already starting to dabble in this idea, and Halo Infinite was one of their first. Forza Motorsport is probably going to be their next, from everything we're hearing, where we start to see not every game is going this route. So if the people out there screaming, I don't want games this year, I don't want Living World, just give me my one. The one and done experiences are still going to be out there. You've already heard Todd Howard talk about how how they understand that the multiplayer and all that kind of stuff is cool, but they are still a studio who focuses and has mastered that single player experience, that one and done kind of experience. Not every game has to be social. Not every game has to be a games as a service or a free to play model. Not every game is going to be like that. We're still going to have that. Sony's still going to continue to do what they do best with their games. We're just going to see them add more multiplayer experiences at the end of the day to keep people engaged. But certain titles like Call of Duties, your Halos, Forzas even have the potential to evolve into this ever-living universe where updated constantly, not a new iteration, but just constantly updated with new stuff. And then once eventually tech gets to a point where they've taken a leap and they need to redo it, then you come out with like a Warzone 2.0, right? Current gen only. That's when you move. But in the meantime, you just keep people involved constantly. People can jump in, jump out, buy money, spend money here, spend money there. Like Steel just got done saying, it's more enticing for people to continuously spend money into something that they know they're going to be playing 5 years from now, potentially, versus something that they know next year, the stuff that they just bought is no longer available to them, right? That's the point of this. And I think that they are experimenting with this. And that's why I see Call of Duty going this route. But I am excited for Halo Infinite. I've said that from the beginning, Shiz. Now, even though I'm not a big Halo fan, I still think it's exciting that they could all of a sudden come out one season with a total story expansion that gives us a whole new look at a Halo Infinite story that we never knew about. And at the same time, keep adding over here to the multiplayer with new maps, new ways to play, all that kind of stuff. That kind of expansion out through this supposed 10-year plan they have for Halo Infinite, that's what excites me. And I could see the same for Call of Duty. See the same for Forza. I can see the same for a lot of these big franchises out there. It doesn't have to be the be all end all model, but man, a Call of Duty that was just continuously evolving multiplayer wise, and then come out with an explosive campaign once every couple years. Oh man, that'd be so cool. Take us in a new direction, add some new maps. Man, that'd be so cool. I would love that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, just work on your file size, because we can't have a 300 gig game. One game can't be 300 gigs, man. Like, that's not okay. It's just not. No matter how you spin it, if you're going to give me ways to uninstall stuff, don't make other things necessary for me to keep these other aspects of the game.
Yeah, I said that on RDX, and hopefully the new engine that they're creating eliminates that. So,
I hope so,
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that was another amazing topic that we just blew out of the water. Sorry for my dismissal to the restroom. I had to definitely see if the Browns went to the Super Bowl. But with that being said.
Oh, God damn. Getting graphic up in here. All right.
No. I'm talking about the Cleveland Browns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns.
I heard they did decent. They probably didn't. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the time where we do get into the This Day in Gaming segment, otherwise known as the Make Pong Feel Old segment.
Definitely.
The biggest thing for me is that gaming is art and should be treated as such. Again, we like to go back and kind of what we touched on earlier, see where we've kind of come from throughout the years, and use that to kind of compare to where we are today. As I always find that every time that we do this segment, there's always games that are in here that are like, damn. When you think about how those games looked, how they played, what systems you played them on, and see how we kind of play games today and how games look today. Like, even if you say, oh, Elden Ring isn't the most beautiful game, but when you boot that game up and you compare it to, so let's just say Soul Reaver from back in the day, you're like, wow, we've jumped like mounds. And made leaps and bounds in the transition in gaming and everything. This is why we say this is the golden age of gaming, and kind of move forward from there.
Just gotta say, everybody's having a problem with your too much information. Splendiferous is coming after you. Nick said pause. Look, yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought we got a little graphic there, boys and girls. Steele's gonna claim he was just talking about straight up NFL.
Yeah,
so
that was
whatever.
just NFL.
It's all our brains problem.
Yeah, I was talking about
We're
football.
the ones who thought that. Yeah,
you guys are going crazy, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this Day in Gaming segment. All right. And for whatever reason, it's not quite pulled up on my end, but it's fine because I have it pulled up right here. Ooh. All right. So we're starting this time, again, February 26th. We're starting in 1998 this time around. What were you doing in 1998, Paul?
1998, I would have been, 23? Somewhere around there. Yeah, 23. So
Yeah,
I would have been,
a bad boy.
I would have been a bad boy at that time. I would have been partying like a rock star, like the world, like I was never going to get old. And I would have
like
been
a
playing.
rock star? No way.
Yeah. That would have been definitely partying like a rock star days. Literally partying like a rock star.
That's funny.
Without the rock star part.
Without the rock star,
anyways, yeah. No, that would have been a good time, man. Wow, 23. Jesus.
All right, 98. Starting off 24 years ago with PlayStation, you have Tenchu Stealth Assassins. That released in Japan.
So good. So damn good. I know Sekiro came out of it, but I really wish I wish From would sell the Tenchu license or something so that we could get an actual Tenchu game. So it was so good, man. It was so dope. Yeah.
And then Sega Dreamcast, shout out to the Dreamcast, in 2001 released Record of Lodoss War.
Amazing. One of my favorite animes of all time. Record of Lodoss War. Never got the praise it should have. That should have been a continuous series that we have seasons of. Unfortunately, back then, anime wasn't as popular. It was a one and done kind of series, but man, Record of Lodoss War, high fantasy anime, elves, dragons, freaking awesome. And the games, the RPGs that they came out with for it were amazing. And they just came out with that. I forget the full name of it, but that Castlevania ripoff, that Dietlit game that came out that everybody was praising, that showed up on Game Pass out of the blue, and it's a complete Castlevania game. God, I forget the name of it now. Anyways, the main character Dietlit, she's from Record of the Lodoss War. She's the elven archer in that. Yeah.
Nice.
A little backstory there for you.
Yeah, that was dope. I actually didn't know that. Damn, that was
Yeah.
Then on 2003, we have PlayStation 2 release Xenosaga Episode 1. I'm going to try to use some German here. Der Welt zur Macht. Der Welt zur Macht. Not familiar with that title, but all right.
Xenosaga is obviously awesome, but I don't know that one in particular at all.
I thought Xenosaga, isn't that Japanese?
Yeah.
And then it has a German title?
Yeah.
That's really weird.
I don't know.
I guess
I might have to look that one up.
That's interesting. And maybe it was that version of the game. Maybe it was a German version of the game. I don't know. Definitely something to look into. See, that's an amazing thing. Then you had 2004 PlayStation 2 Onimusha 3 Demon Siege, released in Japan. Shout out to the Onimusha fans. I heard that was an amazing
game. Love Onimusha. They didn't do any justice with the HD version that they did. They didn't fix anything, which they should have, because it's a great series, and that's another one that deserves to come back to. So
then in 2008 PSP release Patapon. Okay, whatever that is. And then PC released The Sims 2 Free Time.
Nice.
Sims 2, man. I remember that. 2009 PSP released Dynasty Warriors Strike Force. Dynasty Warriors, man, can't get enough of it. Good game. Good games. 2009 also Xbox 360 released Halo Wars in Japan.
Awesome.
Halo Wars,
absolutely amazing.
Solid. Not my style of Halo, but they're definitely good games. PlayStation 2 released The King of Fighters 2002 Unlimited Match. Xbox 360 released Way of the Samurai 3 in Japan. And PlayStation 3 released Yakuza 3 in Japan. That was a good little year right there. I like that.
Yeah, that was a really good year.
Then in 2011, there's going to be some 3DS titles, so shout out to those who are 3DS gamers. Nintendo 3DS released in 2011, so shout out to the 3DS. Boy, I tell you what, Nintendo in those handheld years, they got the shit out of my brother. Every new handheld that they got, he was like, oh, I need that one. Oh, I need that one. and there were like reiterations on the same device.
Right.
That was a funny time. 3DS also released Nintendogs and Cats, Golden Retriever and New Friends.
Shout out to Mike Minotti and Jeff Grubb again. They do the Nintendogs.
That's a fact. Show. That is a fact. 3DS also released Professor Layton and the Miracle Mask.
Nice.
They also released Street Pass Me Plaza. And then they released Super Street Fighter 4 3D edition in Japan.
Hey, Steel, just quick side note. Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth is the full title of that game I was trying to think about. If anybody likes Castlevania, is a big Castlevania fan, go play that game. It's basically just a ripoff of Castlevania, but it's got new mechanics, and there's a lot of Castlevania fans like Jeff Grubb. Jeff Grubb's a huge Castlevania fan. He played that game and absolutely fell in love with it because it's so much like Castlevania, yet it has some new and different stuff in it. So yeah, and it's really well done, really well polished. So go try that out. I typed it in chat too. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Then in 2013, PlayStation 3 released Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires.
Mushu's Empire's a little more strategy, but
a little more strategy.
I heard the new one didn't cut it either. I heard a lot of people were upset with that one. Yeah. Just came out.
It's hard to proceed, progress with those.
Yep.
3DS released Etrian Odyssey 4 Legends of the Titan.
I've talked about Etrian Odyssey here. One of the under the radar great dungeon crawling, old school type RPGs. Etrian Odyssey is one of those titles that should be everywhere. It's just underappreciated because it's been basically locked into Nintendo's handhelds this entire time. But if they ever did a full console release, it would be big. I'm telling you, old school, but it's awesome. It's so good. The character development, everything in there. The classes are awesome. Everything about that game is just sweet.
Damn. Okay. Nice. Yep. Then in 2013, PlayStation 3 released the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Dawn Guard. There goes some more of your Skyrim love.
I gotta get that DLC. I'm good at that too. I love it.
This day in gaming seems to be like a Dynasty Warriors day. Like, right? What the hell?
They like to launch their games on this day specifically.
Yeah, it gotta be. God damn. February 26th of 2015, they released Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires. That's the third one. Oh, Lord. And then in 2016, hey, shout out to Lady. I believe this is going to be one to throw her way.
Yeah.
Lady AF on Twitter, if you don't know. PC released Stardew Valley. Shout out to that game. Never gonna get into those, but hey.
Nope, neither did I.
Then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released Stellaris Console Edition.
So freaking good. Grand space strategy. Jez hates it on console. He claims that they did not do a good job with the controller because obviously this was a keyboard, but this was a PC grand strategy space, like all complex stuff that you have to do. Jez hates the controller. He talks about on Xbox 2 all the time that he does not think Paradox. This is another Paradox game. Paradox is the one doing Crusader Kings 3 as well. He claims they didn't do a good job. Look, it took me it's a game that you have to play a lot of to get used to, right? To get used to the controllers. But if you're into strategy games, I'm telling you, Stellaris is fantastic on console. It took me about 3 hours to get the controller mapping down and to understand because it's a heavy game. Talk about politics involved, all that kind of stuff. They have a ton of expansions that they brought over to console as well. Excellent game. Graphics got updated to series graphics as well. They enhanced them. Fantastic. Looks absolutely beautiful on the big screen. Great game. Anybody looking for strategy out there?
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it is.
And then PlayStation 4 also released the Lego Movie 2 video game. The Lego movies are actually really good. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That's just me. And then in 2021, Nintendo Switch released Bravely Default 2.
Another game that deserves to be everywhere.
Oh, okay, nice.
Legit, Bravely Default. Okay. Yeah, Bravely Default is old school Final Fantasy from some of the original creators.
Okay.
Done by Silicon Studios, published by Square Enix, of course.
Nice.
they really need to bring those games everywhere. They've been only on Nintendo 3, the handhelds, the 3DS. Oh no, it came to Switch. Excuse me, it did come to Switch as well, handheld. But yeah, no, game that if you love JRPGs, the classic style Final Fantasy, right up there with them. Great game. I played my kiddo owned a 3DS at one point, and so I every once in a while would grab one of the games and play them. So great game. Can't say enough about it. Love that game.
Nice.
Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. Again, gaming as art should be treated as such, no matter how old the games are. Again, I definitely just love the fact that not only myself, but also Pong is able to accept games for what they are, that we're able to look back, that we're not just all about AAA games and it has to fit this certain standard or it doesn't fucking matter. No. I love the fact that we just approach the industry from a passion standpoint, that we always take that step back and look at everything from like an overlord kind of view and see how these different things are operating and how they could operate and the different angles that could be taken, and just overall just bringing our own opinions again is one of the biggest reasons why I love doing this show overall, and then also love doing it with Pong, man, because he does have the knowledge, but at the same time, he has an amazing perspective that I value because it's very similar to me. Again, I always like to tell people I did have the perspective on games at one point, and I mean it's still for me, and still carry that on, that unless it had a multiplayer to it, that I wasn't really necessarily about it, but I never felt that, all these other games were completely irrelevant. No, I never felt that way. I always understood that there was a reason for the bigger picture, that the gaming was about a lot more than just, it's just about me and my opinions. No, because that's an easy conversation to have. If you're just going to ask me what I think about specific things, we're going to have a short conversation, and you're not going to be able to sway me because I've been doing this for too long. Now, giving me a perspective or giving me a different angle, just like you could do with any other subject about anything in the world. That's an amazing thing, because we as humans have a hard time accepting different opinions, and being able to do that, especially in this space, it's such an amazing thing, and I'm always look forward to Saturdays or just any time that I can do this outside of getting in my game time to be able to do these things. So that's an amazing. I can't say enough about that. But ladies and gentlemen, to start my outro off, I am one of your hosts again, Steel Rain, otherwise known as I Steel Rain. The T is a 7. You can type that anywhere where there's a search bar and you will find me. I know somebody asked me yesterday, Steel, do you regret throwing that 7 in your name? No. I did it for a reason, because, well, one, back in the day, I wanted to make it easier for people to just say S7, because for whatever reason, people have a hard time saying Steel Rain, or seeing that last part of my name said rain instead of region, which I still don't understand to this day. Rain and region are spelled completely different from each other, but nonetheless, or when people say steelular or whatever else the case, there's just a lot of different names that they used to throw out there for me. So I wanted to do S7. Not only that, but I was trying to do a little bit of future proofing for myself, branding wise. I like the way that S7 looks as far as a logo goes. I want to be able to get that on shirts, and it was at one point where I wanted to get it as a chain. It kind of reminds me of like the Superman logo a little bit, even though I'm not a Superman fan. I've always been a fan of the way the logo itself, like, you can't beat that. You can't beat the way that logo, like, that's undeniable. Like, you can't beat the way that looks. And I think throwing that 7 in there makes it a little bit more, makes it more dope, at least for myself. Wandering Dutch says, only 4 hours a day, boys? Light work. Hey, man. Exactly. Still,
for a week with no big news. Look at exactly. Look at what we do.
And we still made it happen. Yeah. And yeah, shiz, exactly. It's not still region. It's the region. It's not. No, it's not. But 100%. Yeah, you can find me anywhere there's a search bar. Type that in. I Still Reign. The T is a 7. And we can chop it up. And then the DMs on YouTube, Google, Xbox, PlayStation. Even though I don't have a PlayStation currently, that is my name over that in direction. So definitely look me up. Other than that, right here every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. You can find me right here with my brother from another Pong Soul, giving you that live, raw, uncut, authentic passion, energy to get your weekend started, and that you're not going to find anywhere else within this YouTube streets, Twitter streets, wherever else. Hey man, there's nobody giving it to you the way that we're giving it to you. But with that being said, Pong, feed it to the people. Let them know where they can find you.
Yeah, fantastic show. My God, I can't believe we've been doing this for 4 hours. I can't believe it, man. It doesn't feel that way. Like legit. I can't believe it. What a great show. Steel, thank you for all that you do, brother, in the background each and every week. This man is up at like 3 a.m. getting the show ready. Just crazy. He's working on 0 hours of sleep because he was playing Elden Ring until he started working on the show. The man is incredible. He's a beast. Thank you, Brother Steel, for everything you do, man. Love you. And this has been another great show. Chat, you all were amazing. Great discussions in there. Again, that's what we love to bring. We welcome all opinions. We'll talk about them as long as they are healthy, as long as they are constructive, and as long as it doesn't get personal in here. This is what we're about. Love seeing all of you come by each and every week for us. Please continue to share us out. Help us on our mission to 1K. Again, Steel and I aren't trying to buy subscriptions. We're not trying to do any of the stuff that other channels may decide to do. We're trying to do this organic. As Steel always likes to say, we're trying to just do this and bring people here that want to listen to us. That, again, if you're not around for the full 4 hours, that's cool. Not a big deal. Whenever you get a chance to listen to us, but bring other people on by, see if they like what they're hearing here. That's what this is about. But love you all. Thank you all. Nothing but respect each and every time for each and every single one of you. Otherwise, Pong Soul, Xbox, Pong Soul, Twitter, you know the drill there. Tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam. Please, if you have an opportunity, stop in over there on PTK Blam's channel and show. We have an awesome time at night, just ending the Saturday right, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. And then otherwise, back on Tuesday, Xbox Factor Podcast, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick. I may not be there this week. I'm trying to confirm. Real life comes into play sometimes, but otherwise, check us out always there. You know you're going to get a great show about all things green. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Mav, if he's available, will be there. Archimedes, Mr. Joanna Dar, Mr. Boomstick just added VJ to the group. That's right, VJ, Viewpoint Gaming, who comes with incredible knowledge, inside knowledge from being in the industry, involved in the industry, and just a complete human walking dictionary, right? A walking human dictionary. So come by, check out Xbox Factor Podcast Thursday nights, PM in the PM over on Fun Speculations channel, Pong and Mav in the PM. Normally a two-man show. We have had some guests on there. Kind of like this show, we're just going to deep dive 1, 2, maybe 3 topics at a time. Me and Mav getting down to business Thursday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. And then back at it, Xbox Ultimate, also on Fun Speculations channel, Friday night. Last night, brother from another Steel showed up. I was late as I have been because Friday nights have been crazy. Plus, I had some dog problems when I got home.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, I turn it on. I'm not even looking at it, and all of a sudden I hear Steel's voice. And I'm like, what? Steel didn't tell me he's showing up on Xbox Ultimate tonight. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, it was a surprise. It was a nice surprise. So Xbox Ultimate Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, the great 8, or however many can show up there. We always have a great time. Who knows what you're going to hear on that show. So join us Friday nights. Otherwise, be back here next weekend, of course, on Living Splitscreen. Thank you all for listening to us. Episode 46 is in the books. Again, Golden Age Gaming is here. We're having a great time talking about all this crazy news, speculating on it, trying to read the crystal ball. But overall, we're here to enjoy what's happening. So again, don't let anybody take away your hype or your excitement for whatever you're playing, whatever you're looking at down the road of coming your way. Don't let anybody steal that hype. Don't get involved in that negativity. Protect your energy. Play what you love what you play. I'll talk to you all real soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for tuning in. Again, definitely hit that like button on your way out. Definitely share us out. Hit that notification bell so you definitely know when we go live from this point forward. And y'all have an amazing weekend. Stay great, stay godly, and again, like I say, keep it live, raw, and uncut. Peace.